I'll just give you a very brief overview today of the project itself, what we achieved, what are the activities and the results of the project. And at the same time, I'll just introduce you to the agenda for the day. Here you can see some numbers. MED Colors is an Interreg Euro-MED project. As you can see, it started at the beginning of 24. It's ending now this month. We have on board a very good group of partners in the consortium, which is a mix of, let's say, technical or knowledge partners and municipalities who are, let's say, the receivers of the solutions and the activities that we carried out. In a nutshell, the pillars of the activities of MED Colors are to support cities to develop their sustainable urban logistic plans, and on the other hand, to support them and to test some actions in their cities. These pilot actions vary from studies to testing of solutions, to projects and design of mobility hubs, creation of digital platforms to support policymaking. And essentially, they are all quite diverse, but held together by the need to test and improve in the issue of planning urban logistics. I will briefly show you this video that captures the idea of the project. Okay, this is just to give you a bit of an overview. Again, we have here produced some materials that you can go and look a bit more in depth in terms of both the pilot activities that have been carried out in these 5 cities. And if you go on our website, you'll find the pilot fact sheets for each of the cities. There's pilot videos for each of the cities. And so you can, find more information there about the pilot actions. And then we have also, yes, that's one. The other aspect of the SALVs. Okay, so these documents and this process of producing SALVs has been really one of the cornerstones of the project and one of the biggest challenges also. So today you will also hear directly from cities involved how the process went, what are the lessons learned, what are the challenges, because our idea today is not only to, let's say, showcase what we've been doing in the project, but also to engage with a broader audience about these topics. In fact, we are very happy to have today also in presence here in this room representatives from other cities beyond MED Colors. There's representatives from the cities of Zaragoza, and 2 cities from Italy, representatives from Reggio Emilia and Ferrara. And so we are, very, very happy to have them here. And the idea, I'll show you the agenda very briefly before we start the discussion, is the idea is to have, first of all, a couple of, let's say, couple of presentations about one of the main outputs of the project and the work that is being done to develop the guidelines for cities to developing resilient SALVs. And then we're going to have 3 roundtables or discussion or panel sessions, which will be moderated each by one of our MED Colors partners, where we delve a bit more into the topics of the SALVs, of innovation-driven urban logistics, and let's say the scenarios or the future perspectives on how this field is developing. So that's the idea for today. I won't spend more time. I just thank you again for being here. The last thing I want to say is that before we jump into, let's say, the contents of MED Colors, we're very happy to have here also to give us an introduction about the governance projects of the Interreg Euro-MED area, because MED Colors is not in a void, let's say, that is part of a broader family of projects, which particular the Green Living Area missions. And Danilo Che is here also to represent the Community for Areas project, and is a lead partner of the project, which he will explain you well what their work is and how they try and plan in the future also to create opportunities to, let's say, transfer particularly and capitalize the results of MED Colors and other projects. So I leave the floor to you. Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Dear partners of the project, dear guests, I welcome you also in the name of Community of Green Living Areas of the mission Green Living Areas. I know it's a final conference. It's not easy to get the project, but it's not easy also to implement the project. So you're at the final stage, so congratulations. I know something about projects, especially from our my dear colleagues from Slovenia, city of Koper, which already introduced the pilots which they had. So I'm really looking forward to hear also other cities what they have done, to see what were your results in the projects. So let's start. Old fashioned. Yeah, as you know, the Interreg Euro-MED have now already this financial period some different strategy. So they divided the program in 4 missions. We are under the Green Living Areas mission, and the Green Living Areas mission are a governance project, which I also introduced, and thematic project as MED Colors projects. Thank you. So the community is quite big. It's really big. It's 24 thematic project, 1 strategic projects, 2 governance project. From thematic project, we were having 21 testing projects, 2 study project, and 1 transfer project. MED Colors is one of the 21 test projects. So it's, I think it's the larger missions community in the Interreg Euro-MED. So it's not easy to see all aspects of all projects and trying to combine the results, but we are trying. The mission is basically 5 main topics: territorial planning, energy transition, sustainable mobility, engagement, citizens engagement, and also financing the green transition. And I'm quite proud, and I see also different prediction from previous financial period. It's a lot of local authorities and regional authorities as a partner. From 21 was the number of local authorities which were part of Interreg Euro-MED project quite low, but now they see this new territorial approach with the pilot cases is interesting for the local authorities and the regional authorities, and they are cooperating in Interreg Euro-MED. So for this, we are all quite happy, and see that this is a good step in the right direction to also involve local authorities and regional authorities and see this territorial approach in the Euro-MED area. And what we are doing, we are organizing thematic working group based on the topics which already I described, working together with all thematic projects. Now we are reviewing their main results, so to see also which results have this added value of transferability that can be transferred from your projects also to the other target groups. We have organized territorial antenna, national territorial antennas. I know in Italy you were always having as part of the national contact point the events, the territorial antennas. In Slovenia we were having now 2 sessions of national territorial antennas, and this week I'm also having in Spain. And what I think it's added value of this, that we spoke in our language. It's easy to transform the results of the project if you speak it in the national language, and find synergies between each other is sometimes easy. And I think the national territorial antennas, they are quite excellent approach, especially to find synergy between them. Then we organize a community events each year when we try to bring community, this huge community together. Then we have different working groups, co-creation session, and actually to build the community between thematic projects. And from this community event, I know that a lot of projects have started to working together, to exchange ideas, to find maybe possible activities together. And at least now I see in the final conference that they are really trying to invite other projects and work together. And we also have organized communication officer group where we have learned communication officers some new approaches. We presented the best practices, and some of them really implemented the new approaches in their projects. And the second huge task is fostering the transfer of solution and policy, because as you know, on one side we have community, on other we have institutional dialogue, governance project, which also foster from solution to policy, and from policy then to other target groups. Now we are organizing quite a lot of European events, inviting you as a project to these events, that you present your results, that you transfer your results to the other target groups, main on the European level. Also, we are trying to link the solutions with the micro-regional strategies. Now we are quite close to the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian regions, that some solutions from Interreg Euro-MED will be also incorporated in the micro-regional strategy. Transfer the solution to the main European initiatives, Comet Louise, Federal. Tomorrow we have also our colleagues from dialogue have a policy session as part of the European Week of Regions and Cities on the 11th of June. The workshop is at starting at 4. They will also present results of 3 projects as part of from solution to the policy. We have started the collaboration with EU mission adoption of climate change, when we actually work together now. They will also present some best solution on their platform, so we are going from the higher level, and we will test what that means. Each project can develop some results, but it's different story when you are testing your solution in your projects with the partners which you already know. As we take this solution and test it in the different cities, different target groups, and then we can see how really your results are transferred. So with the ethopause we will test. But we are always coming to the one crucial question. Is this the questions which we must ask ourselves? Because, you know, the old story, we have a project, we have a good results. When project is finished, all the tools, toolbox, solution, platforms, they are putting under the table. We don't want this. We really want that your best solutions, best practices, your main toolbox, your main results are also promoted and capitalized to the other target groups. But how to ensure that? Through the research, we established that solutions are the most transferable, and that they stay alive if they are embedded in the governance actions as regional national action plans or strategic documents as SAMs, sustainable logistic plans, SECAPs, urban plans. So based on this, we developed the ETU model, Ecosystemic Transition Hub, which will be supporting local local administration, regional administration, by planning and implementation of their governance project as SECAPs, sustainable logistic plans, and rural and urban natural plans, and all the solution, the best solution we will try to incorporate that they will help local authorities by implementing their plans. So the transferring, which will start October this year, it will have special calls for the new receivers outside the partnership. We will test your solution, and based on the testing and peer review, we will then prepare the parent. We will see which results have really this added value of transferring to the other target groups, and can be easy transfer, take and transfer to the other target groups. And this will be the ETO number 2 and 3, which we will be basically testing. So we will still work with you. We will test your solutions to the new to new takers. And also we have opened an online platform of ETO, where we will showcase all the best solution. We will showcase also your excellent pilots, and this showcasing will be in the way that when the local municipality will need some tools to work on their SECAPs or sustainable mobility or sustainable logistic plan, they will find this solution, because they will be easily categorized and classified, that local authorities they can sure take it and use it by implementation of their governance projects. What will happen still in this year, as I already tell you, 11th of June, the colleagues from Dialogue, they have policy sessions as part of EU Sustainable Week, Energy Week in Brussels. Then the co-institutional dialogue project will also have or will organize on 12th November specially workshops on the green mobility. We will be part of the EU strategy of the Adrian and Ionian regions, Week of Sustainable of Mediterranean Shore, when we will present 3 projects. And what is important also in November is huge event. It's a midterm event of the Interreg Euro-MED. I think maybe later Judith explain more or not, but you already get the invitation registers, and I hope we will see each other in person. So this is from my side everything. Thank you. There are some questions or?
Any questions? But otherwise, thank you very much, Danilo. That's a great introduction and contextualization of what MED Colors, let's say, is, and what's happening around MED Colors. And of course, one of our goals as MED Colors is to continue in this activity that we've done and capitalize the experience and the work that we've been doing with cities in the project. So we are very happy to contribute to these activities that you were mentioning. Now we're in perfect time, so we have now a presentation from one of our partners, CET, the Institute for Hellenic Institute for Transport, or ESTIS. I'll give the floor to you to present the guidelines for resilient urban logistic planning.
So, good morning, everyone. From my side, also would like to welcome you to our final event. In my presentation, I will speak about one of the main activities of the MED Colors project, which was to provide some proposals, some suggestions of how we can adapt the SALT guidelines, the existing SALT guidelines, in order not only to help cities implement them, but also to make them more resilient. So, mostly speaking about addressing the climate change impacts. About what my presentation includes, it's obviously I first will go through why there is a need for this kind of urban logistics, the resilient urban logistics. We're going to talk about which are the dimensions that we should address, how we deal with this matter in the MED Colors, what is the methodology that we implemented, what we wanted to find, and what we found out indeed. And then what are the steps that we took to help cities, the Met Color cities, but of course all the other cities that in the future could benefit from our work to build resilient SULD salts in their areas. So starting with a very basic question, why we're here, what this presentation is for, is actually we're here because we believe that urban logistics are in a critical turning point. We always knew that urban logistics are changing, technology, new needs, new challenges, but especially now, we believe that the urban logistics systems are facing an uncertainty like not like in the previous year, very intense uncertainty, and the changes are coming very fast. This is mainly due to the climate change and the related disruptions that makes affect also, of course, all the aspects of the life in cities, but this also applies very much into the urban logistics system because supply chain and logistics are very sensitive systems with many dependencies, and if even one link in the chain goes wrong, then we have major issues, and especially since we're talking about major cities with huge population that need to receive goods. Also, the growing e-commerce and the deliverables, the on-demand deliveries, which was something that exploded in the period of the COVID. This was something that would happen in any case, but the COVID situation and the lockdowns make that happen faster than the systems could adapt to it, which is another reason that we had, I believe that we all had in our cities major problems regarding the supply chains and the delivery of goods. But also beyond these two main factors, we still have, of course, the main issue, the main request for decarbonizing and making our supply chains and logistics in cities climate neutral, while at the same time the need for sustainability in all areas, in all aspects of city life, makes increase the competition for the urban space. All these parameters make urban logistics system be under a very big pressure, going even bigger, and be very much uncertain. So we came to the conclusion that the assumptions that we make while we're planning in a traditional way the logistics are no longer sufficient. We need what we need to do is to add the concept of resilience. More specifically, since we're talking about the MED project, some of the issues that we face are more intense in the Mediterranean cities. The climate change, the impacts in our zone, our climate zone, in some cases is a bit more intense. Sorry, especially when we're talking about heat waves or floods, which is very common. You see in the news every year we have more and more and more of these events and many problems in cities. But on top of that, we're also an area that attracts a lot of tourism. So we have these fluctuations that in no case makes things easier for the operators and for the whole system, the logistics system to operate. While of course we are still talking about an area that is inhabited since I don't know how many thousand years. So we're talking about very dense historic urban centers that need special care. We cannot do anything we want there. We're not talking about new cities, so we're talking about old cities with very difficult to handle city centers. So this is why this is even more relevant in the case of Mediterranean cities, and this is why Met Colors decided and proposed to look into these matters. But what we're talking about resilience. What is resilience? What we consider resilience to be? Resilience is not just about handling a disruption. It's quite wider. It's waiting the disruption, being able to absorb the disruption. If this is a long disruption, we need to be able to adapt to this disruption, and also, of course, if possible, to recover. And while we're doing that, we're doing all this process. At the same time, we need to make sure that the city is served, and everything needs to be where it should be at the time that it should be. So when we're talking about a resilient logistics ecosystem, as I said, we need to be able to have this continuity of operations during the disruptions, and we need to make sure that we don't create any additional problems in the city life, in the way that the city operates. So resilience is not about avoiding the disruption, but being able to cope and work while disruptions are ongoing. So what we're trying to do in a different way here. SALPs and the guidelines for SALPs exist for several years now. They are very good documents, but their main target was efficiency and sustainability, which is very valid still today. We want to make efficient systems, we want to make them greener, we want them to be more productive. But this does not mean that the system can cope with disruptions. Here I show you just an example of a different approach between some of the aspects of the logistics chains. When in traditional approach, we just go for being on time when we need something, not have any redundancy, so we are very economic and efficient. We need to lower our cost, be very quick, but all these are in stable conditions. We were talking about planning and having a resilience approach. In this case, we need to have an adaptive capacity. I will not speak yet about redundancy, because redundancy is very difficult to align with the requirement for efficiency. But we need to have this continuity, we need to be able to manage risk, and this just in case, I think, says everything. We need to be prepared just in case. So it's a quite different approach, following also this resilient system, this approach about anticipate, absorb, adapt, and recover. Of course, the emissions, the resilience is not just about this. It's a very big challenge, very difficult to address. It has many different dimensions. Resilience is about the infrastructure. This is where redundancy comes in, having networks that have this additional capacity that we will need in case of disruption. Or we need to be able to already have plan about alternative solutions. That would be routes, would be bigger distribution of the hubs, which lowers the risk. If you have smaller hubs around the city, if a part of the city has a problem, then only the hubs in this part of the city have the problem. So you have this capacity from the rest of the hubs to serve the city, just an example. So we're talking about resilience in infrastructure. We're also speaking about the operational resilience that I already talked about, which is that we need to have systems that will continue to operate under these disruptions. We need to be quick in reallocate our resources, at least for the to be able to have this minimum served for products that are very much needed, especially in cases of crisis. That means that possibly even be able to deploy alternative modes, alternative delivery modes. Besides this, we have, of course, the economic resilience, which is we go now in the business area because okay, we are planning, we're cities, we want the things to work. Besides that, behind that, we are talking about the private economy, talking about companies, operators. These need to be able to integrate resilience into their business plans. So especially when we're talking about SMEs, which is a common thing in the cities. So it's not just about building a system, it's also building a system that is viable for all actors in the system in order to prevent the cascading economic impact. And in the following bullet points, the social resilience, of course, this has to be able to transfer the essential goods and services, as I already said, in cases of crisis, related mainly to public health and social stability. And to do that, of course, we need to have resilience in the area of institutions, in the governance. We need to have this agility, we need to have good coordination among stakeholders. So from all these things, I believe that it's very clear that it's not just a single challenge. Use less fuel or something like that. Resilience is multidimensional. It's very difficult to handle because you need to have balance with the other needs that logistics chains are supposed to share. So we need to be able to have these pursued together. I have an example here, which is what I just said, the redundancy and the contingency planning, which are the needs, but at the same time, having redundancy probably mean that you are not so economic efficient for private companies. Having more equipment or having a bigger allocation of risk in different areas, increased costs. So, okay, we need redundancy, but we need how to balance that with an efficient system. While the decarbonization, the fleets from electric vehicles or the micro hubs, the renewable energy, all these need to be addressed together or to be taken into account from the city, not and so keep this balance that I was talking about. So moving on, what is that we did in the MED Colors project? As I said in the beginning, there are already guidelines that were actually these were drafted from my organization, CERF, at 2019, at the context of another Horizon 2020 project, the Novel project. It was a very interesting, a very useful project for the year that followed, because exactly while we had the SAMs, we tried to bring and build this framework for cities to be able in parallel to also address these challenges and develop the urban logistics policy plan as they did the mobility. So this document exists, and the challenge now was to move towards the resilient urban logistics plan. Use this strong planning structure with a very well-known circle of SAM in order to produce sustainable urban logistics plans. The vision was to develop resilient, but also at the same time collaborative and innovation-driven and innovation-ready urban logistics systems in Mediterranean system, not only to cope with disruption, but as I think Lorenzo told yesterday, to have salts that do not age easily, to be future-proof, innovation-ready. So we need to have these structures, these mechanisms for the cities to be able to integrate, introduce as we go new innovations to keep the salts easier, updated, and not to have outdated and old, not working salts. So these are the partners that work together with us in this process. 5 were partners and Thessaloniki as an associated partner of the project. And the basic structure was to actually make a diagnosis of the situation in the cities, use the findings to adapt these guidelines towards these directions. So it was twofold. On the one hand, we wanted to help cities, actually the ones that didn't have one, to make their SAP, but also have a resilient one, to adapt the guidance to the resilience. We used the methodology. We created a methodology, a 2-pillar methodology. This was based in a previous work that CERF did in other projects that participated. Actually, with some of the partners here, we were together in some of these projects. It was a process that started with a project named Sprout, an Horizon project, which was actually about urban mobility. The tools that we created there were related to how we can assess the readiness of a city to adapt innovation. Was then transferred in a second Horizon project, the Urban project, now in the urban logistics. So we created methodology, we adapted it, and then we further developed it at a project, additional project that is actually finishing right in the next months, introducing also new innovative concepts like the physical internet about in urban logistics. So we had this 2-pillar diagnostic framework. The first pillar was exactly the tools that came from this project about identifying the innovation readiness. Again, here it was a multidimensional thing. More specifically, there were 6 dimensions in the ecosystem that were recognized. And it was about the governance in the cities, the infrastructure and the resources that the city has, the ecosystem, the network of actors that existed, along with the logistics network of the cities. But also, we wanted to assess other things related to the safety, the security, and the quality of services that the city currently has, and how open it is, which also is a very broad, of course, issue that is also related to the tradition and the the political situation in cities, how openness and how green they want to be. So using this tool help us understand in the cities of the project where they stand at the moment regarding their innovation readiness. The second pillar, which was a pretty more straightforward with a more simple tool, was actually assess what they have already done. Either that was a sum, because many of the things for logistics was integrated in sums, not in salves, but also if some cities had already planned or an ongoing salve, we need to assess how they have already implemented their actions, if they monitor the results, what are these results, if they have already identified delays or barriers or problems or drivers, the enabling factors, as I said there, and also to have a good view of how they performed so far. So we used these two pillars, these two tools from the cities to help us identify the problems. Of course, the bottom line was, after identifying the problems and the gaps, to be able to see how we can actually, as they implement the tools, integrate the resilience systematically into the salt cycle. So this resulted in the system diagnosis for each city, of course, that identify these gaps and also prioritize the improvements in the form course of proposals, because cities know better than anyone what are their main gaps, but we also try to help them realize these gaps and mainly prioritize the gaps, because you always need to allocate some funds. So it's important to know what should come first. Now, moving on to the findings. We did this process along the course of the project, so it was time to assess what we received from the cities, what the cities told us from going through this methodology, these tools. Starting from the main finding was that it's not always about the technical stuff or even the infrastructure. Most cities already have the people and probably also the equipment or the infrastructure to deal with some things. But the thing is to have also the institutional circumstances, the institutional requirements in order to be able to do that. In several of the cities, if not all, it was always, and it is always, to engage not only engage stakeholders, but have them on board along the SALV implementation. Of course, I don't speak about the obvious stakeholders, which are the operators, the stores or the city, but I'm talking about the wider ecosystem, because you need everyone. You need the citizens, you need associations, you need even nowadays with the greening of the fleets, even the energy providers. It's a very wide ecosystem, so it's very difficult, first of all, to identify, to engage, and keep them engaged as we go. So, of course, another major issue that was identified was the limited implementation capacity, which in some cases, not all, emerges from the structure of the departments in the cities. So maybe there it will help. Maybe there it will help to have some planning about how some departments should collaborate or be manned, or having people able to deal with these challenges. Also, another major issue was the monitoring system, because it was not so much a priority in the previous years in cities to have very good concrete mechanisms, standard KPIs, so that they can monitor what they're doing, which is very, very much important, as we will see later on. On the other hand, also, there is the issue of the discontinuity of political and administrative sector in the city. This is, of course, because we also, every some years we have these changes. We need to make sure that there is a mechanism that in each city that works independently of who is in charge, because other parties or other persons have different priorities, different agendas. They need to all to understand and see the value in this, so we don't have this discontinuity, something starting with one local government or mayor and then stop for 4 years and then start again, because this is not helping, because we're talking about things, of course, that need commitment and need also funds in some cases, in most cases. And finally, what we also found out is that an important thing with SALPs, like in SAMs, is learning from the implementation. So again, we don't yet have very strong organized structural learning mechanism in the cities, which would of course help a lot in the future after the SALPs implementation. If I go a bit deeper to some of these key findings, with governance, as I said, it's a very important enabler in resilience. Actually, if we don't have the proper governance structure and the will, planning and implementing the SULP is almost impossible. So we need to have this coordination. We're not talking about the municipalities, this cross-department coordination, because obviously, logistics is a very complex, thing. It needs to be coordinated in several levels. But to do that, of course, we also need to be very clear about who is doing what. So the allocation of responsibilities is equally important. And this should, when we're talking about governance, should be based on a long-term strategic vision of the city. This is the one that should not change, of course, as governors and mayors change. And finally, of course, the ability to adapt to the changing conditions. So, as I said in the beginning, it's not only about infrastructure, it's also about effective governance arrangement. Moving on to the value of collaboration among stakeholders, these are just a few of a list of a few of the main that are considered stakeholders in this ecosystem. But what we have identified, not only MedColors, but also in other projects that involve cities in this process, is that we really need to have them on board. If you don't have the users, the end users, the one that are directly affected by the measures from a CLP, you cannot support the long-term implementation. You cannot have a feasible system. Everyone needs to agree, actually, in real life, to agree on what's going to happen in order to be able to implement. Another major issue, of course, the data and the monitoring. Why this is important? Because we need to have a good understanding of the freight flows. It is a common finding in most cities, not only in project, but beyond that. Several cities, if you ask them something about freight flows, they just don't know. It's not their fault. They don't know because they don't have the data to know. They don't. They have the people, but they have the people that would be able to interpret this data, but they don't have the dashboard or the platform or any digital system to collect this data in a systemic way. And this also goes even more important. We're talking about the implementation of new measures, where you need to know what is going on. And it's also equally important for the people who are ruling the city to be able to justify their moves based on evidence. Say that we're going to do this, we will invest this, we will prioritize this, because I have the evidence why we need to do that. So data, as in most areas, most sectors, is becoming more and more important. And of course, the data can also be used in the learning process. The overall, the added value, the overall conclusion is by having monitoring system, we enable cities to go from static planning to adaptive management. And it's the one that in the first slide, the bullet point that the SALPs need to be adapted, to be able to know what is going on through the data and adapt. Regarding the continuous improvement, I think that yeah, more or less I already covered this, is that this continuous monitoring, and we need to not just record and monitor and make conclusions, we also need to review measures. We need the lessons learned to be degraded at a later stage. This is why a circle like in the sun, we need to have this circle running all the time. Of course, with a different pace, depending on the case, but we need to use this knowledge that is acquired. After we collected all this information, that it was time for our action to move to making some proposals of how we could adapt the existing SALT guidelines to help the cities implement them easier now that they had a more clear view of where there are gaps. They identify the things that they should focus on. We believe at least that we helped to an extent with this. But still, the main principle was that we will use the SALT structure unchanged. We didn't want to build something from scratch because, as I said at the beginning, it was already a good document. We believe that it just needed some adaptation to include also the resilience aspect. So we focus on 4 things: having a better awareness of the situation, focus on the governance, which is very important, have the implementation that can be adapted when things go wrong, and learn from it. The options that we had was mainly 4. Either we should add a new step into the 4 pillars that the 4 phases, that SALT or SAM has. We could add a new step. Actually, we didn't go that way. I think yesterday I said that we used all types, but we didn't add a new step. Instead, what we did was using tools like the ones and methodologies that are presented and add the new activities within a step and enhance the existing steps to cover resilience. And also in the document, we provided some best practice, some ideas, some quick gains that could be useful for cities. So we try to, besides adding a new step, we try to use all the other options we had in order to adapt these guidelines. When we're talking about phase by phase, what we decided to do, the first phase in SAMs and SALTs is the preparation, the analysis. So what we did, we added these new activities, these new elements. We believe that we should, in this governance, in adapting the governance structure, have the resilience-oriented working groups and this mechanism for cross-sectorial coordination. The second thing is that we believe also that when we're talking about now, we have stopped talking about municipalities. We usually talk about functional urban areas, and this is how it should be, because especially in the case of logistics and supply chains, you cannot limit operations in the borders of a municipality. These are usually chains and operations that go along the entire functional urban area, and sometimes even in the wider region. So we need to expand the planning boundaries, or at least cooperate between municipalities that are one next to the other, have some common. This goes also with the cross-sectorial coordination, could be cross-coordination among municipalities in order to expand the planning boundaries beyond the administrative limits of the municipalities. Also, we need to have already in the preparation analysis, we need to have a baseline assessment of the status regarding resilience. So each city, it would be very good if they could evaluate what are their pain points, their weak points, which is the first problems that will occur when disruption comes, depending, of course, the type of disruption. It could be, climate change, which is the main theme that we have in MED colors, but it would also be something related to even like COVID outbreak, that kind of disruption. But they need to evaluate these vulnerabilities and the critical assets they have. So if we do this, if the cities try to do something like that, we believe that the added value will be that it will not be something that will be introduced at some point in the SALT, but it will be since the beginning. The whole mindset would also include the aspect of resilience, which will make, of course, things easier in the later phases. In the second phase, the strategy development, in this case, is adding again a new element, which we consider the climate shock scenarios, like some scenarios for heat waves or flooding, for the city to be able to test and see what I would do in these cases, so they can be prepared, even if not in infrastructure level or in the real life operations. At least we will be able to anticipate, to be ready to what it should expect that will happen, and then move in dealing with it. And to do that, it should be coupled with complementing the original objectives itself, which are, as I said, mainly towards efficiency, to couple this with some resilience objectives, like the level of continuity, the capacity to recover, how fast, how easy, to what extent, for which areas, for which kind of products even. And also, of course, to measure the level of the adaptability of the system, how quickly it can adapt. Of course, in order to be able to have these objectives, usually objectives are coupled with KPIs to be able to measure and see how things are going. So also resilient KPIs should be introduced in the strategy development. I have some examples there, so like the critical service availability, the route redundancy, which of course may at some points be against the efficiency thing, but as I said, we need to find this balance. So in this case, the added value that I have in the slide is that the cities now will not only measure emissions, but will also measure the resilience. In the third phase, about the measure planning, in this case, regarding the new elements that we thought of and we decided that would be good to include, is to include the selection of measures in SALPs, considering the city readiness. I mean, all cities are very ambitious, and this is a good thing about implementing measures, but having in the first stages a better insight in what can be really quick implemented or with less funds, it would be very good if they use this to this mature knowledge of their maturity in order to choose the measures. While when selecting measures, additionally, some criteria like the robustness and the redundancy should be included, like the flexibility or the availability of alternatives. In this phase, a risk register, we believe, that would define, because it's obviously each city has its own vulnerabilities. It could be a river that can flood. It could be the area which is often struck by heat waves or something like that. So having a risk register about the most possible risk and a list of possible mitigation, quick mitigation actions would be good to have, like a guideline or a roadmap, a quick roadmap about what to do when things go wrong until the mechanism starts operating and starts fixing things. This would also, another element that would give in the measure planning a very big boost, a very great support would be, of course, to measure what means to not do something, the cost of enactment. Because if we put in numbers, and usually in euros, what it means to not do something, usually it's easier to justify the expenses to prepare for resilience. In this case, we believe that if the cities try to do some of these, add some of these new elements to themselves, the measures will become, of course, more disruption-proof, but also will be more implementation ready. And regarding the last phase, about the implementation of the monitoring, in this case, we believe, I will not go through all of this because some of them I already described. It's important to have a trigger-based governance. We have some threshold for a response. This also links to the risk register and the contingency plans that could be created, and also probably when talking about digital system, a resilient dashboard that could monitor the performance from this point of view. And of course, to have this positive event learning, not just, okay, it's usually the effort obviously is in dealing with the disruption, but it would be good when things calm down to go through and review the performance, how they would behave, especially when we have recurring disruptions, like floods in an area that has problem with floods. After each disruption, to go and review the performance, what we did good this time, what we did worse than the previous, which of course could be then integrated in the measures in the SALPs. This was basically what we thought about introducing in the existing SALP guidelines. We believe that in each phase we try to include some propositions. This, of course, doesn't mean that each city should implement all, or it's a must-have. We believe it's a must-have, but I mean, cities know better which of these measures apply better to their to the way they operate. But in an ideal situation, we believe that these propositions, these suggestions from our side, would not only help them make more resilient logistics systems, but would also help them to, in the first place, to implement the SALPs. Because most of these things, like the digital system for monitoring, the governance structure, the collaboration between departments, these are already things that are inside the SALP guidelines. But if we enhance them with the resilient perspective and make them stronger, this will help them actually implement the very own the SALP as it was. And again, we're not talking about a new SALP framework, but just a resilient, enhanced version of this cycle. I will finish my presentation with some key messages that emerged from the work that we did. The first slide, we know that we have entered this era of continuous disruptions, and also disruptions that surprise us, because we see disruptions in places that we did not, type of disruptions in places that we did not expect them to be, and this will unfortunately probably be more frequent in the future, especially the Mediterranean cities. We believe that are hit stronger by the impacts of climate change, and coupled with the tourist attraction, they really need to have this resilient-oriented planning in all their areas, but we're talking about the logistics now. Also, all things should start from governance, and then the other things will follow, the infrastructure, the digital system. But we need to have a very good governance in the way that, at least in the MED colors, we have it on the side of the cities. Actually, we believe that by following these propositions, would help the cities to go as a pathway to go to this transition and to be able to develop the next generation of SALPs.
Thank you very much. There's no questions. I mean, this was a good introduction of what has been done in activity 1.2, which was preparatory to developing this adapted guidelines. And if it was based also on this diagnosis that was done on the color cities. And now in the program, we have the first panel discussion with Andrea Lorenzini moderating it. And we're going to see how cities have actually developed their SALPs and the process of developing the SALPs, how that went. And since we are here also with other representatives of other cities, I invite you and also Andrea himself to give the floor to anyone who wants to discuss, let's say, or have any questions about that. So I leave the floor to Andrea while we set up the stage.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. Maybe I can also invite our panelists and then we can introduce. So we have Francesco Paolo Nanni Costa from ITR Foundation. You can take a seat. And then we have Eduardo Banchieri from Livorno. Mrs. Darka Jayer from Koper. Miguel Figueiredo from Lisbon. Orestes, you can exactly do that. We're just missing one seat probably. Yeah. Oh, yes. And then Matisse from New York. So also a very good morning from my part. So my name is Andrea Lorenzini. I'm a transport consultant at MEMX, which has been the partner trying to, on the one hand, support the cities in developing of the pilot actions, and on the other hand, also to support cities in the implementation of the and development of the SULP. So I'm happy to moderate this discussion and also to this final conference here, and also I'm pleased that there are additional partners that are interested into this topic. Just a couple of, just 2 slides really to set the background for this panel, and really then we'll be focusing mostly on cities. But I mean, as also already introduced by colleague Orestes, SLP are increasingly recognized as an instrument for addressing various challenges that are, faced by cities in terms of urban freight transport, last mile delivery, and so forth and so on. And actually, in the MED color, that was these 2 building blocks, the pilot and the planning part. So Indeed, we try as a project to support its development as SULP integrated within SULP and climate strategies. We had the possibility to work at the transnational level at the Mediterranean area with cities in Italy, Slovenia, Portugal, France, and Greece, and that actually reflected a bit also the diversity of the content, but also the governance arrangement. Indeed, one of the first part of our activities was trying to understand what is the governance structure in place, how the SULP could be embedded within existing planning instruments, and so forth and so on. And I think one of the insights, I would say, of our SULP is that they go a little beyond the strict planning tools, because they also acted as operational framework. Because basically within our MED color SULP, we try to not just focus on the planning, but also to see how this could be integrated with the pilot actions that have been implemented in MED color. There have been small scale pilot action, as you will hear from our speakers, but actually they also have been fully integrated and scaled up in the SULP that combines regulatory adaptation, infrastructure design, digital tools, and stakeholder engagement. So this is actually now really a room for giving the voice to the Mediterranean cities and technical partners to share their experience. How this session is meant to be organized, I will first invite the speaker to give a bit more information about who they are and what they do. And then I just prepared a couple of questions to facilitate the discussion, but I would really like to encourage the last part of this panel for some informal Q&A session with you. So whatever question you might have for them in terms of the experience, the lesson they gain through this project, I would really encourage you to do so. So with no further ado, I will be happy now to give the floor to our speakers and to also take a seat. And maybe I will start with a quick roundtable asking you who you are, which organization are you representing, and also why you think you are in this panel and what contribution you might give to this discussion. You can start, Francesco, and go to.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Francesco Palmonani Costa from ITL Foundation. I'm a transport engineer and I'm involved in regional and urban planning process and in the implementation of living lab pilot action related to the mobility and the urban logistics. And in MED Colors, I follow the implementation of the pilot action for the municipality of Cesena.
Hello everyone, I am Eduardo Buttieri. I'm engineer. I'm working in transport office in the city of Livorno. I'm here as partner of the project.
So hello from my side. My name is Darka Ezekshik-Jirial. I come from the municipality of Koper. I work as a project manager. And the Koper was one of the 5 cities with a pilot action. And yeah, we will see later on a little bit of that. And we also prepared the Sustainable Urban Logistic Plan project.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure really to be here. I'm Miguel Figueiredo from the city of Lisbon. I'm an engineer with a background in consultancy in mobility. I now work at the cabinet of the deputy mayor for mobility as an advisor. And here I hope to bring our challenges that we have in the city to implement the project to enrich the discussion.
Hello again from my side. For the ones who don't know me, my name is Orestes Lagis. I'm a civil engineer and transport planner, working as a research associate at the Hellenic Institute of Transport, which is one of the 5 institutes that make CERT. You may know as a CERT, which is the Center for Research Technology Labs. More specifically, I work at the Logistics and Freight Laboratory in HIT, in the Hellenic Institute of Transport. And the reason why I'm here, because it's my field, my area of expertise and my interest is in sustainable transport systems, urban logistic plans, digital systems for transport, So we're working very much in the last years in my laboratory about helping cities, making the salt sort, helping them prepare for drafting their sweeps. And also this is what we did in the case of the municipality of Thessaloniki that was also included in project as associated party.
Hello everyone, I'm Baptiste Boujou. I'm working for SPL Lyon-Confluence. So we are an urban development company dedicated to the urban development of a district in the city center of Lyon called Confluence. That means that we are, of course, managing what's going to be constructed in terms of buildings, but also in terms of public spaces, including the mobility infrastructure. And I'm a project manager in charge of the construction of logistics hub in the Confluence area. And so that's why I'm in the panel today.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And actually, I think this is a good mix of practitioners from the municipality, from the research, from the urban planning and design, and so forth and so on. So maybe the first question that I would like to ask, and actually you can follow the order that you prefer, is really on the challenge that was also shared by Miguel. So we just wanted to share what are the challenges that you are facing in your experience and in your city. So maybe it would be good if also Orestis you could also share maybe some insight from Thessaloniki about the city logistics challenges that you have identified through the SULP process, whether the SULP and the planning framework of it is also recognizing some areas that should be prioritized to decarbonize or to make more sustainable logistics operation. And also, and maybe we can stop here. So what are the key challenges that your city is facing, and whether your city is trying to focus more on some areas compared to others, and why? I don't know who want to kick off the discussion. Francesco, please. Yeah.
The municipality of Ravenna is a small city, it's less than 100,000 inhabitants, and in general terms, the main issues related to city logistics, we can say that are the ones that we can observe in other contexts, even of different dimensions. The main difference, in my opinion, is that in a small ecosystem like Cesena, even a slight change of urban logistics pressure in this context can result in a significant impact. So it's important to start planning as soon as possible in order to avoid that this problem, this issue that can be seen a little become bigger and bigger. For example, the increase of the deliver to the commercial activities, to the business, to the customer because of the e-commerce. These are the issues that the municipality of Cesena is facing, and with the implementation of the digital tools, the final output of the pilot action, can estimate the effectiveness of the measure that will be included in the sustainable urban logistics plan.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Edward, do you want to go?
Sure. I just take a minute to explain the environment, because in Borno, the commercial traffic is very important. Data collection of traffic flows shows that there is a strong incidence of commercial traffic, and this is increasing year by year because of the last mile deliveries due to the rising of e-commerce, and this is more important in the most sensible part of the city, in the city center, where there are a lot of HoReCa activities and other commercial activities. So it's very impacting in life of the citizens. And on the other hand, I think little attention was given to this problem in the last years. So now these origins the main challenges, because now we have I give you just three. we have an updated regulation framework that, for example, is very fragmented, heterogeneous, and difficult to be understood and to be respected by people. And it has a wide time windows where commercial vehicles can enter the restricted areas without any permit. And the second challenge is in the outdated access control system with too few cameras to control all the areas. And the last one is the lack of loading and unloading bays, especially in the city center. And so the commercial vehicle very often can't find free spaces to park safely, and they have to park in illegal way. And this is very dangerous for other road users, for car users, and mainly for other traffic like bike traffic or pedestrian traffic.
Yeah, thanks. I think the one key point that is emerging is that both cities that are small cities, typical Mediterranean cities with kind of small historic center, that the challenges are even higher because, as you said, there is no space for putting more loading and unloading areas, and also what you were mentioning in terms of having digital tools that would have a kind of framework data collection to feed the SULP process is also something that is recurrent, I would say, in some of the Mediterranean cities. Darka, please.
Okay, so I can say that we are facing similar problems and challenges also in Koper. Koper is quite a small city in the context of European sizes of the cities. So the logistic planning is focused on the historic city center where only 5,000 inhabitants live. So let's say that we have identified 4 main logistic challenges. The first one, we can say that we have a logistic system that is highly fragmented with many independent suppliers and delivery service, which kind of have a high number of uncoordinated trips around the city. So that's the first one. The second, we can say that spatial conditions are also a major issue. So we have narrow streets, physical barriers, and limited accessibility, and this make delivery operations quite difficult. Then the third, the lack and poor management of loading and uploading areas. These locations are often insufficient and too far from businesses, and occupied by other vehicles. And the fourth logistic challenge that we face is the mismatch between the delivery time windows and actual need of the deliveries. So deliveries often are performed also outside of the allowed traffic windows. That are the main 4 challenges that we are facing.
Thank you very much. Before moving ahead, maybe just one last question to the 3 of you. In terms of the integration with the SUMP, what was the process like in your city? I mean, did you start it from the SUMP to develop the SULP? Did you have many synergies, or do you think that the SULP was more like, had some peculiarities that, for instance, in the SUMP were not, fully implemented?
For Cesena, the SULP is fully aligned with the SUMP, starting from the objectives and the strategy. The SUMP was approved in 2022, and its strategic framework is organized in 3 dimensions: the smart governance, multimodal space, and services, and sustainable behavior. And the SULP will implement the measure according to the same dimension. So is some of the SUMP is already included some measure focused on logistics, urban logistics, And now with the new plan, with the logistic plan, this measure will be strengthened and will be applied in combination with other measures in order to cover the gaps and improve the sustainable current situation.
Are you both in agreement with such a process, more or less?
Yeah, I can say that our SAMP was adopted in 2025, so last year. And the SALP is aligned with the measures and the objectives of the SAMP. So the SAMP focuses on reducing the traffic in the city center, lowering the CO2 emissions, promoting sustainable mobility, and so on. And let's say that the SALP actually translated these goals into the measures, like, for example, to reduce the number of delivery vehicles entries in the city center, improving delivery efficiency, and promoting low emission vehicles, like it was tested in our pilot.
Do you have anything to add?
As some since 2021, that's quite early for standards. And in the SAMP, it defines some strategies for the logistics, but it has to be developed in the SAMP.
Let's move now to the other three set of panelists. So again, we can come back to the challenges and also maybe some of the areas that you think are most sensitive from the logistics point of view. Maybe we got,
Yes, from in Lisbon, it's although it's a capital in a bigger city, the challenges are very aligned with the colleagues, and the urban logistics challenges are highly fragmented logistics operators in the downtown. Stronger concentration of deliveries during the morning period in the same period, in this which originates also in this competition for the curbside, which is getting worse with the flow of ride-hailing services, and insufficient loading and unloading infrastructures, and heavily dependence on direct deliveries with very limited use of consolidation solutions. And also it's very this is more hardware, let's say hardware challenges in the more not so hard point of view. We sense a lot of resistance to change from all the stakeholders, and it's in the process. With this,
yes,
yeah.
I guess that the magnitude of the difficulties engaging stakeholders might be a bit higher in Lisbon, because maybe in small cities you just have fragmented logistics operator, but maybe more limited in number. Maybe Lisbon you might have some multipliers or some big companies than the small companies, and maybe to manage the interest.
Yes, the bigger companies and the smaller companies, or the small supplier of cheese from a rural village that goes deliver their products. So we have all these different range of different profiles, both for the operators or suppliers, and both for the shops that exists, and all the hospitality hotels and the other commerce.
In terms of the prioritized areas, do you have any others particular?
Yeah, the area in the city. Yeah, there in the city, I was not. I did not specify it. We focus in the historical downtown of the city, which is called Baixa Pombalina, For the ones who know Lisbon, it's the downtown that is that was built after the great earthquake in the 18th century. It's a very orthogonal layout, although it is not. It is that layout. We have still many challenges, many of the same challenges as in the parts of historical and difficult to access parts.
Thank you very much indeed. Orestes.
Thank you. I can speak for the municipality of Thessaloniki for this matter. Actually, following also my presentation, Thessaloniki is also, according to the previous partners, also following the same typology in the arena city. So there are some common issues. Thessaloniki is a city, not a municipality. The wider functioning urban area is around a bit over 1 million people, with the municipality of Thessaloniki in the center, including the historic center. So again, like in the previous cases, we're talking about a very old city, over 2,300 years old, which was continuously inhabited all these years. So we're talking about a very dense center, and also a touristic city. So we're again speaking about very many HoReCa activities in the city center, while it is also a residential area. And this is where the challenges start, like in the previous cases. You have very limited available public space, and now you have too many different activities competing. From the one hand, you have the HoReCa touristic activities, you have the residential, and you have, of course, the logistics, the urban logistics. So the main problem in the municipality of Thessaloniki is how to find this balance. This is also even more intense because until recently, 1.5 years ago, we only had a bus system for the passengers, for the people, which meant that people use their private cars to enter the city center. So they need to park. So the space was even smaller. Just to give you an idea, in this 1.5 years that we have a metro railway station, already the traffic has fallen 15%, which is huge. So even before and now, again, with the operation of the metro railway system, the space is very limited. So the competition is very strong. The residents obviously have also an influence in the political party, so it's very difficult to find this balance. As I said, this is the first main challenge. This, of course, brings us to the second challenge, which is bringing all stakeholders to the same table with their different needs, their different agendas, their different requirements. Some of them represent the private economy, the operators, and it's the second challenge is in Thessaloniki to find this common language and persuade everyone that we all have to benefit from some solutions. Thessaloniki has already implemented some of the measures, and just to speed up a little bit, going about the SAM, it also has a SAM, some years already established. The SAM had some predictions, had some measures already for the logistics, not as a separate chapter, but integrated in the main SAM. So these measures include obviously some handling of the base, the loading, unloading, the curbside management, the times that trucks are allowed inside the city center. These are already implemented, but these only create more since until the SAP is introduced, which will be a lot more focused on this thing. These measures only introduced more issues because it's difficult to enforce these measures. This brings to the third challenge in the case of Thessaloniki, how to enforce these measures and actually the regulations to keep them implemented and still be able to satisfy all the needs of the other users of the city. As I said, it's very specific that the city has only one concrete city center. It doesn't have other ones in the wider area, so everyone is going to the same direction. I think these are mainly the challenges that Thessaloniki faces. The good thing is that they have the will to solve this issue, and this is how we try to support them, to bring them everyone on the table and discuss.
Thank you very much. Well, I think you raise a good point in touching a bit also on the touristic needs, because I mean, Thessaloniki, Lisbon, but also Cesena, Livorno cooperating somehow. They have also touristic demand and therefore logistics needs. That's maybe Leon, yeah.
Yeah, last one. So before listing the sustainable urban logistics plans, all the measures and solutions deployed, we obviously started by an analysis phase and we collected data from different sources. So it's challenging to get them from the national sources, the metropolis of Lyon, which has a lot of data, and also local engineering consultancies. So the first challenge would be the demand. So we saw that while the delivery demand in Lyon is following the pace of the French national one, the number of parcels per inhabitants or delivery per inhabitants is higher than the national average. So the demand in Lyon is particularly high. Second one would be the access to the area, especially the city center. So we have also, like most of the, especially in the Mediterranean city in Spain or in Italy, the historical center. It's not officially a low traffic zone, but you know, having these narrow streets, always difficult to access with a lot of shops. So you have demand that it's difficult to access. We have in the city center a low traffic zone, so same issue. A lot of it's great for pedestrians. It's great for shopping, but then difficult to access for the companies. So one challenge is this accessibility for some areas with high demand for the areas. The third one would be the lack of infrastructure. The mapping was made of all the logistics hubs or warehouses in the area, which the metropolis level, and with no surprise, most of them are in the suburbs because there is space. And what was raised is basically that in the center you have no urban consolidation centers on nearly none. So that does not help to foster last mile delivery company decarbonize deliveries. And when mapping also these logistics hubs and warehouses, we also seen all the logistics operators that have that are operating in the Lyon area. So in terms of coordination, or well, it's going to be a huge challenge because you have many stakeholders, many players in the delivery business here. You don't have just one. So demand, accessibility, lack of infrastructure, and lots of operators.
And coordination. Okay, thank you very much for sharing your insight on that. Maybe we discuss a bit about the challenges. Let's now maybe focus more about the measure planning and the potential solutions. It's good to see that also cities have tried to work on different themes and different strands. So that's also something that I think is a good way of complementarity and also opportunities for sharing experiences and synergies. So actually, I would like to now ask you maybe one specific question that is a bit more tailored to your local context. But of course, you can also feel free to share further insights that you think you might be best for that. And actually, maybe we can reverse the order. Now we can maybe start from you, Baptiste, and then go to Francesco. So for you, maybe I would like to ask, what are the key features and what is the strategic importance of Lyon underground mobility? And also yesterday you told that you are also now assessing a feasibility for another one. So why Lyon is trying to work on that? And also what is the governance model that is supporting such an ambitious project, and how you are also trying to put together the infrastructure, stakeholder coordination, and so forth.
Yeah, so within the list of challenges, where the first one, the demand, you can act a little bit on this or raise awareness, but you can't reduce drastically the demand, so you can't really act on this. But the accessibility, well, if you want ambitious policy, I would say low traffic zones, you don't want to stop it. If you have narrow streets, you have narrow streets, you can't do much about it. So basically the most relevant solution would be adding the infrastructure that we are lacking at the moment. So that's why the Metros pilot, so the construction of a mobility hub, logistics hub, is critical, especially as we have a great opportunity within the Lyon Confluence Urban Development project to have it in the city center, which is a great opportunity because we are often lacking of space in the city center. So we are taking this opportunity to have a critical infrastructure and to build a new one in particular area near the historical city center and near the in the city center.
Okay. And yeah, and maybe just in terms of this one additional question, in terms of this underground space, I remember that in the first part of the project you had some work that you have to do for, the feasibility, the tendering and so forth. Just your experience in terms of the mindset of, the owning of the development companies and so forth and so on. Do you think that this might be something new and that you might have some lesson that you can share in terms of, trying to really include within the planning phase another ground that is specifically devoted to logistics? That's something, for instance, that is not so used in urban development projects, and maybe that could also be something to be shared.
Yes. So, well, first we put it underground because we have some housing issue in most of the big cities in France. So we want to keep the floor areas for the building, the housing and offices. So obviously, yeah, when you go underground, you get some additional issues, so contamination, for instance, also. But we had the chance also to work with great architects and great property developers. It was all new for them, for most of the stakeholders and private stakeholders involved in this project. Was logistics hub underground was totally new, so you expect to have great architects and technical engineering consultancies with you. You realize really quickly if they're going to be really involved on this topic or not. We were lucky on this part, and we had people really motivated in seeing this project moving forward and making it a success, even though it's an infrastructure for not only for their property program but for the local level. But it's good to have people work with people like this that you realize in the first weeks of the project you see if they are involved or not. For them it's new, it's unprecedented, I would say, even for professionals of the construction sector.
Thank you very much. So, Oreste, if you can bear with me for a second, I would like to just focus on the citizen, then I will ask a final question to you. Maybe Miguel, for you, so we want you to focus more on the planning and regulation and the mine supply analysis in Sacrum Marina, rather than, having this focus on the urban consolidation center and so forth and so on. So maybe you could share your experience about the motivation that led you to take this strategic choice, and whether maybe you think that was the right step for Lisbon at this stage, and maybe you can also share what are the next steps actually for that.
Yeah, thank you. The initial idea with Bergman was basically different, was to implement a pilot in the for urban consolidation center. The experience showed that we were not with community and logistical community, so we're not that ready to take that step. So the focus of the project focuses on really make a strong case for the mobility, for the logistics in the sustainable logistics in the Lisbon downtown, so the downtown, which is part of not yet implemented low emission zones, and there was one of the main motivations is that it's a very complex area, because although it is a historical center downtown, because of all the cities with the valleys and columns, it's we have a lot of through traffic there in that area, and there was felt that the shop owners, the hotels, and the logistics operator were really not seeing they were feeling a bit forgotten in the process of the implementation of the low emission zone. This is being a process, the low emission zone, but they seem a bit forgotten with, in the conversation, and this was very important to develop this in order to get a strong data foundation for what is happening, how many from the characterizations of the deliveries, the supply, the demand, how time windows, and and opinions on the community. So we have now a strong database that it's enables us to move forward for the implementation of the solutions, and with much more engagement with the community.
Thanks. I think you raise a good point in terms of the readiness. I think to be also from my point of view, the readiness was one of the key issues of our cities. Readiness of the city themselves in really understand the urban logistic context and the planning context of urban logistics, but then also the readiness of operators in being engaged, the readiness of the HoReCa sector in being engaged, the readiness of shop owners or own account transport operators to really change their mindset and start thinking about sustainability and so forth and so on. So I would say that this is also something really an outcome of this project that cities really worked for maybe the first time really on urban logistics and try to advance on the planning. But as I think you raise a good point, also that if you need to make the change, you need to have justification and data. Usually, even complex data might not be so easily understandable from citizens or from shopkeepers or whatever, but actually data can enforce decision.
Yeah. So I would have something from this experience. It's from the several stakeholders. In general, well, we all have voices and saying no, everyone saying no, but when we are together in a room discussing ideas, in general, the several different stakeholders are open. Yes, this is important. Well, the decarbonization, the optimization, the public space, but they need a bit to see the daily problems, the occupation of the curbside, the no space for the deliveries, and we felt that if we don't tackle this first, the bigger view on the more sustainable and orderer less impacting logistics, it's a bit compromised. Which means we need to work on the smaller curbside problems that most of stakeholders, shop owners, and delivery companies, they don't want to be a problem in the city streets. So, but they want to also to work on that. But if we don't work on the small things, it's difficult to get to the overall picture.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move now to Copper. So Copper tested a free on-demand electric mobility and delivery service in the historic center, for those who are aware about that. So what were the problems that this service designed to solve, and what are the key lessons from the pilot? That would be my first question, but also the second might be, I think you had quite a good level of flexibility in shaping and shaping this service, including an extension of the route, and also, as learned yesterday, including an extension of the timeline for the implementation. So did you have any lesson about this, flexibility and in trying to understand and meet the needs of the various users?
Okay, with our pilot, we wanted to actually address the problem of inefficient last mile deliveries in the city center. We wanted to provide a flexible on-demand service to 3 target groups. So the residents, business entities that are placed inside the historic city center, and also we are also a touristic city. So also in the summer months, our target group was the tourists. So the implementation of the pilot started in winter. So that's where we tested residents and business entities. but now we extended the pilot also in the summer months, so we will see how they will use it, the delivery service. What we learned, so that there is a need for the flexible last mile delivery solution, and our pilot was designed that users could call a number and or they could raise a hand. So some kind of a fixed micro consultation center is not, there is no use because the city is really small. And yeah, we found out that strong promotion is definitely a key to get more users and yeah, to adapt this service by the residents. That were the key findings of the pilot.
And also know that you have also trying to assess the potential business model. Maybe this is something that you are also still investigating.
Yeah, after the summer months, we would need to prepare some kind of a model, how to use the vehicle, maybe like a bike renting system for the residents. We'll see. It works already in Iran, so nearest city of us, they have a system like that. Maybe for the use of public entities, we are thinking about yeah, also like a on-call service.
Yeah, but it's great that you are also embedding a legacy of this project and not just close the pilot, but rather trying to understand how this services to stand along with that. Okay, I will go in a minute to Eduardo and Francesco, but in the meantime, you can start thinking about your question because I will close the discussion and then I will give the floor to you. But so please think about one or two questions that you might wish to ask our panelists. So to you, Eduardo, how does Livorno combine infrastructure redesign, regulatory revision, and digital incentives? And how does this align with the city broader SUMP objectives? So what's your experience on that?
So first of all, we decided to start from a small area, maybe the most challenging area in the city, and use it as a laboratory to experiment and then scale up and expand the solution to the whole city. And we combined three actions. The first year, redesign the physical infrastructure, creating and improving loading and unloading bays that now are very limited. And second, we updated the regulatory framework for access to the city center. And third, we built an online platform, an awarding platform to incentivize green behaviors. And this is well aligned with the SAM that define some strategies to reduce freight-related pollutions and congestion, and limit the access of larger vehicles in the city center, and reduce unnecessary kilometers inside the city center. And so we do not treat the problem, the freight problem as a single problem with a single solution, but we took a set of solutions integrated in a single strategy defined by the SAM.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I think that is one of the key insights indeed, that you try to have a holistic approach and try to combine the infrastructure, the regulatory, the digital tools. So I think that is also something that is quite interesting and that might also be shared with other cities as well. Yeah, I'm conscious of time, so let's move to the last one, that is Francesco. Okay, how can cities because I think in Cesena we are also supporting as ITL Foundation the implementation of this digital management tool. So how can cities overcome data availability challenges when preparing SULP, particularly regarding freight movements or freight traffic and logistic operator practices?
The first step was the coordination of several departments of the municipality in order to understand which kind of data were available and which data could be useful in order to build clear state-of-the-art. Then the second one is to understand the real value behind this data and which data could be added in order to enlarge the knowledge, to deepen the knowledge of the system. In this case, the municipality of Cesena made use of floating car data, that is data coming from the black box installed on the vehicles for insurance reason, and also thanks to the pilot, the municipality could improve the governance, its capacity of governance, data governance, because with a small modification of terms of contract between the municipality and the provider of the technological system of the cameras that monitor the access of the limited traffic zone, now the municipality can access to this data that before this data was available, but it was not at the disposal of the municipality. Maybe there are other kind of data that the community is very near to the municipality, but the municipality or doesn't know sorry about this data, or there is no regulatory framework that can assess the disposal. Another point of attention was to understand the update availability of this data in order to understand how many times this data has to be updated, and because not all the data needs to be updated every year. Like the population distribution, the city center over 10 years or 5 years, over 10 years is not very, 5 years, not very, it's almost stable. And yes, this is the main steps that the municipality made for a clear state of art that make possible to have a disposal, a digital tool that, as said before, can has been used during the development of the tools of the urban logistics plans, and we will use also in the monitoring phase in order to calculate the KPIs and to see if the measure has been a good impact, or how was the impact of the measure, and maybe even to make some modification to the measure foreseen in plan.
Thanks. I believe that data is key for whatever planning purposes, and I agree that the providers are always reluctant to provide data.
Yeah.
But I mean, with some enforcement or just also sometimes it's included by people in terms of reference of the tender, but they just say yes, but they might not be so kind in providing data. But actually, it's good that the Cesena, they're trying to push for such data. Maybe you have also paid some kind of
Data as a cost.
data as a cost. But actually, I think it's important
all
because,
that is open.
yeah, it can really enable cities to take the decision that are concrete and based on what they can find. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe, Orestes, I would like to see if there is any question for our cities in the meantime. Is there anyone that would like to ask some questions to our speakers? Yes, please. You can also introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Andrea Calori from Estar, Milano, Italy. Different intervention, you mentioned the need to have a better governance. And governance can mean a lot of different things. So what I would like to understand if during the project, if during the project or maybe in the future, beyond the project, you tested the possibility to have some kind of internal staff inside the municipalities to manage the stakeholder management, the transfer and discussion, the data among all the stakeholders. So all those kind of stuff and topics are related to what you mean about governance. So because I think we all say that it's a key problem, but then I'd like to understand, which is also a kind of institutional innovation, how to train people oriented to do this kind of activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. But you raised a good point because the sharing of responsibilities within municipal departments, I think it's a big deal, a big issue. Yes, thanks for the question. Is anyone that would like to answer? Do you have any, suggestion on how this integrated governance might be, put in practice after the project, or whether,
The Cesena is foreseen in the sustainable urban business plan, the field like an internal position in the municipality, like a logistics manager that can governance the table and dialogue with the stakeholder and keep this table update and put together all the actors in the ecosystem in order to find a solution that can make that can consider the operational need that the delivery needs, but also the compliance of the systems.
yes, yeah.
It's a very good point. Thank you for the question. And in I was talking about the low emission zone. The low emission zone is a project that comes from a lot of years ago. So it's been a long process, and the parts that were listed some years ago, and then it took some years to implement, and it's not yet implemented. So a lot of management changes in the services of the municipality, of political cycles, and there is a break there. So it's what we see in the services is that there is a need to have a formal, at least in our case, a formal responsibility or formal sub-department that are the responsibility of people that need to be always with these matters, with the accompanying these subjects, and at least from what we saw, and a bit still related. It's from the study in the activities in the MED covers studies. In the workshops with the stakeholders and in the study, there was an idea, or there was a proposition to create a logistics community for the area of implementing. That is basically forum to exchange ideas and problems and keep tracking of what is happening. All the stakeholders, mostly of the stakeholders, were very happy with this. So it was, even if it is not still a very defined thing, not implemented, we have a lot of hopes that this is going to help the governance of this, because if you have the group that you need to meet like two times per year or 3 times per year, 1 time per year, I don't know, but also it brings responsibility for the internal services or technical part of the city. So it works on both ways also. Yeah.
Thank you. And also, I can also add that I think we have now a good experience in the mobility of passenger now domain with SRP, with the mobility manager, mobility management plan, with the forum for mobility and so forth and so on. So that was also could share some insights and some lessons for then transpose or transfer this experience to the logistics. So in terms of logistics manager, in terms of logistics forum, and how to really put that into operation in a planning of the municipality. But thanks again for the good question. Is there any other question that you would like to ask to the cities? Anyone else? Tom.
I'm Thomas Lauletny, coming from the University of Maribor. It was very interesting presentation at the very beginning. It works well. At the very beginning about the new SALT, let's say, actions, guidelines connected to resilience. So my question would be, once implementing this SALT now, did you take into consideration also this really important issue of resilience? Not for everybody, but if you just present an element or measure or approach which could take into consideration resilience, because we see that we are really living in a really strange environment when changes are actually rapidly. So what you propose in that respect, and also we discussed about resilience of document as such. So the document should not be like documents in the previous period when you have certain fixed measures and then you are something like bound and stick to that measure. So if there is any flexibility in these new documents now implemented, that you can rapidly change maybe some measures, some activities in order to adapt to a situation which actually occurs. So if anybody would give me a short answer.
Thank you very much. Is anyone like to step in, or maybe you want to say something with that, and then you can see.
Obviously, I cannot speak for the cities if they have already done something like that. But I think that they already, to an extent, consider also, like when you said, the selection of measures, also the aspect of resiliency, taking measures that will not work under extreme event, a heat wave or something like that. I think this is something they already consider because they have already experienced how it is. So I think that in their rationale, it's already embedded. The challenge is to put it also in the document and make it official. But that's just my view. I'm sure the cities have more to say on that, or more specific measures. Probably.
Tommy always made very difficult sessions. We know.
For us, these aspects of sustainability and resilience is considered in the SAMP and the other plans, but we consider the SALT a bit more practical. So we do not, we are not explicit with this theme, but are of course embedded in the SALT because it follows all the strategies given by the SALT.
And maybe I can also add one small point that, as we were mentioning resilience, I think also that is previously mentioned the issue of governance. So I think that this is just my point of view, is that cities have tried learn to be resilient in understanding the logistics context and really take a step forward. That would be my assessment. So maybe within the SRP, they find a bit of challenges because it was the first time to say, okay, what could be the measure in the last 3 years? What could be the measure in the next 5 years, and so forth and so on. And maybe they were not ready to embed in full all these aspects of resilience to disruptive events and so forth and so on. But I think in terms of setting up a new governance structure, setting up new dialogue with other departments, this is something that endures, in the next 2 years. So that is something that could be one of the building blocks for being resilient. In terms of the document itself, I believe that there is a kind of flexibility, but this is something that we are now seeing more and more, not just in the SRP, but also in the SRP. And this fixed time horizon of 10 years that are fixed with the KPI, I think it's good, but also now we need to understand that we are living in a complex, scenarios, and we need to have more flexibility. So I believe that cities are also progressing into such.
Yeah, but also, just to add, it's in a resilience part. It's not a solution, but it's something that entered the discussion, at least in Portugal. I believe in Spain too, I don't know, because last year in April there was a shutdown of the electricity. So now at least it's recent, and people will remember it, but it's in much of the conversation. So we put everything electric. So what if there is a shutdown and the electrical system is not strong enough or resilient enough to accommodate this or a fast turn on of the electricity. So it's just to raise this because because of that now it's not a measure that I'm saying, but it's a presence on the discussions, and I think it's at least it's a good output of the of that event that this is discussed.
Yeah, and not just for recap, but also for instance in the increase of the fuel.
Yes,
costs.
yes.
That's also
Or-
something
yeah.
that logistics operator needs to be resilient for themselves, because otherwise they lose business. And
Yeah.
needs to be out of the market. Oh, one additional question, yes.
Can jump in on Tommy?
Yes, sure.
Because I think we have to consider that this, as we heard from Orest, it's not that this work of the guidelines was produced within the project, and I think really the work that has been done from city and the diagnosis that Orestes showed is an input that cities have given to develop these guidelines, which came at the end of last year, essentially. So, and of course, that made it quite complex to apply those specific points, the new points, let's say the resilience point, the SALT that they're developing, although, of course, created that awareness for them of the importance of how to do that. I believe that this has been a very valuable process that is embedded in the guidelines now, and now is, let's say, ready to go in a sense, because it comes already, let's say, prepared. And then in the preparation phase of a new SALT, for example, new cities can of course start from that and not having to, let's say, build the new steps that are already there now, or the new elements of it. So just to mention that probably it would be very difficult to include that totally in the SALT that cities are preparing now. Others.
Thank you very much. We can close. Maybe I will give really one last word for you. If you would like to share in 10 seconds what might be the lesson that you have learned, what should be done, and what should be avoided. That could be the last question that I'm going to ask. Any idea on that?
Our suggestion is start as soon as possible, but only once that it's clear the context in which we have to define the measure for the planning. So before you have to gain a deep knowledge and as soon as possible, and only then we can start with the plan the measure.
Thank you very much.
Just in a nutshell, in our experience, I suggest to start with a solid diagnosis and a small set of concrete measures, avoiding starting with bigger actions without the bases are in place.
I would say that urban logistics solutions should be flexible, demand-driven, and designed around user, not just around infrastructure.
Thank you very much.
Well, I will also be in line with the colleagues, and it's really important to understand the context, to hear all the stakeholders, and to get the data, the concrete data, because after we get the complete data, then we move the discussion to the next step with a lot of confidence. And depending on the city, can be very beneficial to have just implementing firstly in an area and then to expand it.
From my side, also something similar, that is for the cities to invest in identifying their real needs and also their local context, socioeconomic context before selecting the measures, because it's something that we learned from my colleagues. All the cities more or less share the same objectives, but there were many different roads to the same result. For example, lowering the number of vehicles, combustion engine vehicles in the city center. Some cities go with the the restrictions, others go with incentives, others prefer to build a center for bringing electric vehicles inside the center. So there are different approaches to the same destination. So what is important is first to invest on what they can do, what fits better to their context, and then go up, select this measure, and then go to apply it, not just try to replicate something that may not fit well and maybe it will cost more. Maybe simple solutions are better in some cases. That's my main conclusion.
And yeah, in the case of the construction of a logistics hub, I would say that maybe the main takeaway would be to identify quickly and put collaboration in place with private sector capable of first investing, and second that are willing to go through a non-possibility project which is not its usual business.
Thank you very much. And so with that, I think we can close this panel discussion. So I will invite you to give a round of applause to our speakers.
Now we got a session moderated by Tomis Zarletti from University of Maribor. I will give the floor to him. We have actually one speaker online. Someone that was capturing the audio probably. So yeah, I just leave it to Tommy to explain the session and to introduce the speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. This session after lunch is always a bit difficult, but I think that we will manage it somehow. As you can see, this panel session is called Innovation-Driven Urban Logistics Solutions. Today we heard quite a lot about logistics. And I would say that we also spoke quite a lot about innovations. So we will dive much more deeper into this topic now in this session. Why is this important? Because urban logistics has been and is now actually one of the most challenging part of urban mobility. We are dealing with urban mobility planning for several years now. So everybody knows public transport, accessibility for cars, parking, walking, and these kind of things. But logistics is mainly, in many cases, neglected. So that's why it's really important that we talk about that. Cities are actually facing this growing delivery demand all over the Europe. And on one side and on the other side, we have this kind of environmental objectives. And city authorities are always now on the crossroad of on one side, we have to allow the deliveries on one side, other side, we have these environmental objectives. And it's not an easy task to cope with these two elements. The cities, as we heard today, they are having limited urban space available for logistics operations. So that's why it is always a bit struggle what to do in the city in order to improve the current situation. So we will talk about that. And what we are also witnessing is the challenging and changing consumer behavior. Especially after the COVID period, we are seeing this booming of e-commerce, which is nowadays not anymore growing, but we are having a lot of activities. The other aspect is that customers are expecting that deliveries are made 24/7, actually in any part of the day. So that's a really challenge from the logistics perspective point of view. On the other side, we are witnessing a lot of innovations. We can see that just walking around that there are some pilot activities, some innovations, and the question is which innovation is the most feasible, reasonable to be adopted by the cities.
But we see that innovation is not just enough because in many European projects in many cities, they are trying some new pilot projects. And after the pilot project, these solutions are not always taken as a permanent solution. So one of the main questions would be how to move from the pilot activities to the permanent projects, or from experimentation to implementation. That's one of the issues. On the other side, innovation should not be understood just like a new technology which is invented in city, but it is much broader. So I would like to discuss today innovation from the broader perspective point of view. It was already mentioned several times today that we are not just having technology and vehicles, but also planning approaches. Governance was before a really nice topic. Then stakeholder collaboration, cooperation, regulatory measures, data-driven decision-making, a lot of really interesting topics which can improve the city logistics. So the central discussion that will guide our roundtable here is how can these cities transform innovative urban logistics solutions from promising pilots into effective, scalable, and long-term measures. So that's the idea. Why is this important? Because Mediterranean cities and also other cities in Europe, they are facing a lot of challenges like dense historical city centers, and a lot of our cities also tourism pressure, fragmented deliveries, limited curb space. We mentioned all these issues, so that's why it is really important to speak about innovations. What concerns our roundtable today, the plan is like the following. First of all, I will introduce the speakers of the roundtable. As you will see, Marisa is online today. She was not able to get to this place. The reason is quite simple: logistics. Yeah, the plane was not at the right time at the right place, so that's why we have to be flexible. The same in city logistics. So if you're not flexible, we will have a lot of problems, a lot of issues. So please allow me to introduce shortly the speakers and the participants of this roundtable. The first one, and I will also invite him to the roundtable, is the Andrea Lorenzini. You met the Andrea Lorenzini in the before session, so perfect job. So I'll try to cope with that. Andrea is urban mobility and logistics expert with extensive experiences in sustainable urban mobility planning, sustainable urban logistics planning, and city logistics projects across Europe. He has supported a variety of cities in developing and implementing innovative urban freight solutions, stakeholder engagement processes, and policy measures aimed at improving the efficiency and sustainability of urban logistics systems. So we are happy to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Short applause. The second speaker is Baptiste. Baptiste works on the integration of logistics and mobility solution within urban development projects. You also met this guy in previous session. In Young Confluence, he contributed to the planning and implementation of innovative approaches that combine sustainable mobility, logistics services, urban regeneration, with particular focus on low emission districts and efficient use of urban space. Nice to have you here. The next speaker, the next participant is Marisa Mehta. So as you see her picture here, but she's present with us online. Marisa works in Fit Consulting, is a senior consultant specialist in urban mobility and logistics planning. Her work focuses on sustainable urban logistics plans, city logistics studies, stakeholder participation, digital solution, and innovative governance approaches. She has been involved in various European projects supporting cities in transition towards more sustainable and resilient urban freight system. Marisa, nice to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry to not be there in person, but glad to contribute to this session.
Okay, thank you. And the last one is Andrea Calori. Andrea Calori is an expert in territorial development, sustainability, and local economic systems. His work explores the links between logistics, food systems, urban economies, and social innovation. He has extensive experiences in participatory process and stakeholder engagement, helping cities and regions develop more sustainable and inclusive logistics solutions. Nice to have you here. Thank you. Now, when we know that what we will talk about, this session is a bit different because the idea is that each of our participants will give an opening statement. So they prepare a few slides. Based on these opening statements, we will somehow understand your point of view on city logistics and innovations in city logistics. So this will be something like 5 minutes or a bit more and less, we'll see, in order to understand, the opening statement and to see in which direction we should somehow lead this discussion. After that first part, which will last something like 20 minutes, we will start with a round of questions, so 2 rounds of questions. I have prepared some really difficult and tough questions for you guys, but I'm pretty sure that you will manage that because, of course, you are expert in this field. So first of all, I would ask Andrea to shortly present your opening presentation. You can just approach to me. You can use that. Next slide should be already a presentation. Everything is from the logistics point of view. Everything is fine.
Super efficient.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I've been asked by Tommy to make a couple of slides, including my statements on this issue, and particularly to try to share some insight about the governance aspects of city logistics. So maybe before the governance, I wanted just to share a key point about the policy challenge from our experience as members working with various cities. So maybe you're already acquainted about, first of all, the importance of logistics. We don't need to criminalize logistics. It's a key economic enabler, support the GDP, support a wide range of essential services across cities. So that's for sure. But what is the transportation to achieve the logistics function has negative impact? So it's not logistics per se, but it's the transportation of logistics. And as you know, there are emissions, congestion, safety, and so forth and so on. Second assumption is that we need to recognize the needs to reduce this impact without impeding the logistic function, the quality of service provided to end users, or disrupt supply chain. At the end of any process, contribute to net zero transition by 2050, the logistics system must remain at least as effective, viable, competitive, and robust as today, or actually better than today. At the same time, the energy efficiency remains suboptimal, as evidenced by the low average load factors for delivery vehicles. So that means that the policy challenge is that the strong local governance is crucial to ensure that the carbon emission reduction needed by logistics sectors are reached. And when I was particularly asked by Tommy to join a panel discussion focused on innovation, I just thought, okay, but let's try to understand what is the link between the governance and innovation. So indeed, there are various innovation, pilots, demonstration, autonomous shuttles, whatever for freight delivery, including digital planning and so forth and so on. So if innovation on the one hand can provide the tools, governance provide the frameworks that enables the large-scale deployment. And actually, whatever solution we want to test, we want to pilot, it needs to be implemented in a well-structured framework. I mean, cities, we also heard in previous panel, that are complex environment with heritage, with tourist flow, residence flow, business flow, and so forth and so on. So we need strong local governance, including the planning part, stakeholder coordination, and even decision-making that are essential. And then to go to the conclusion, 3 additional slides. The first, I think it's important to understand that city logistics needs to be embedded within different urban planning strategies. And also Matt Kohler tried to start from that assumption that we are starting from the assumed, the second, and then, we are developing the sub. But at the same time, should not be just an afterthought to SUMP. So they actually should consider how to adapt the city to enable logistics to be efficient and low carbon. And these apply to the local level, including links with digitalization, local development, urban development strategy, sustainable energy and climate action plan, and so forth and so on. But also then at the higher level with the regional plans, strategies, spatial development, and then of course the directives that also recognizing logistics more and more. Sorry. Yes, just trying to go back to the previous slide. Yes. Okay, 2 building blocks or 2 assumptions. First, whatever action what the cities want to implement, we need to be mindful that logistics is fundamentally a business-driven sector. And this is particularly different compared to passenger transport. The primary objective of logistics operator is to run business, to run efficient, profit-generating operation. And they are actually maybe working better than the city themselves in trying to optimize their system within existing regulatory and operational framework. I think it was also mentioned in Cesena or in some previous discussion about whether if you are small environment, whatever small amendment you make to the regulatory framework can have impact on business. So minor policy or regulation change can have significant impact on this business. So what might be the solution? To establish and maintain open, transparent dialogue with the private sector, helping to ensure that those measures are not top-down, but are grounded in operational realities. And the second point that was, I think, is recurrent, you mentioned Tommy, but it also mentioned in all previous presentation, availability and allocation of space is crucial. It's really the key point here, particularly in Mediterranean cities. So we need to understand, on the one hand, how far the city wants to go in transforming urban logistics. And here it is also important to have the cross-sectoral dialogue. If you want to run a new metro station, if you want to run a new bus rapid transit line, if you want to reduce the parking, okay, but what are the impacts on logistics? How can we accommodate the logistic needs to that? So the availability and allocation of space is the most, at least from my point of view or our point of view, is the most critical issue. We mentioned, okay, we are missing loading and unloading areas. Yes, but how can you implement 10, hundreds of unloading and loading areas in the current environment? That's actually the issue. And then it close. This is just the proposed way forward that as MEMEX we are trying to propose is just this trying to stepwise approach, and maybe I can stop here. We can maybe focus more on during the discussion, but establish strategic policy foundation, adopt resilient regulatory and operational framework, accelerate the uptake of zero emission or clean and innovative logistics solution, and then the dynamic learning and fine-tuning groups. Sorry, it was more than 5 minutes, but thank you very much for your attention.
Right. Okay, next opening station is by Baptiste.
As a web developer, I will have focus a bit different from Andreas, as we're working at the district level and on physical infrastructure. So just in a nutshell, I talked about the Lyon-Confluence urban development project and especially Lyon-Confluence, the company I'm working for. So basically, we're a private company, but owned by local policymakers, so the city of Lyon and the metropolis of Lyon authorities. We have one goal is to lead and manage the urban development project called Lyon-Confluence. So you have a picture there. It was a former industrial wasteland, so you need to consider that all these new buildings before they did not exist. It was warehouse, so there was prison, plants, lots of things. Now it has been totally redeveloped, and on the south part was a steel mill building here. Well, it's under construction, and here we will have the logistics. So the urban development project is 150 hectares. It's objective is to transform this former industrial wasteland by constructing offices, businesses, housing, shops. So we will have like all the uses in this new district in the city center. How to integrate logistics into the planning of such the development of a new district. It's true that a few years ago, I would say it's more like 10 years ago, it's a decade, logistics was not really considered. We had at the time when we worked on European projects more focused on smart cities. Smart city was more about mobility, was more electrification, car sharing, and logistics was not really part of mobility. Now it was really for people more than for goods. And now it has changed. When we are designing also public spaces, we're also taking this into consideration. We are considering the number of loading and unloading bays in our traffic plan. We are modeling the delivery demand to know the roads, the critical roads and streets where we have more traffic. And if needed, once we have this estimated this demand, we will decide if we need a dedicated infrastructure, and that's what we've done within MED models. So the approach from our urban development point of view, the first step was to have an entity capable of making the link between the private sector, so property developers which are constructing the buildings, and the final user customers, let's say the companies, and we can also add the local policymakers. So we have the chance that this company already existed, that's the Lyon-Confluence in our case. Then we estimate the demand, the challenges of the area. Then once this been done, we say, okay, that's all the challenges. We go to see the logistics operator, who are always willing to talk to us, because it's a way for them also to, well, instead, let's say, local policymakers to build new infrastructure for them. So it's quite easy to talk to them, to understand the needs, what they would like to have to foster carbonation of last mile logistics. When this is done, you define the infrastructure based on their feedback, based on the policy you want to put in place. You want to have low traffic zone, for instance. Do you need more loading bays? Do you need an urban consolidation center? So that's the fourth step. And then if you say so, yeah, I need an urban consolidation center here. When you start designing it with the experts, so the architects, the property developer, engineering firms you would need. And last step, then of course, construction and operation. So that's the approach we have, more a bit different than the local policymaker authority, as we're more private company working on that.
Okay. Thank you very much. We saw two different approaches, but I would say they are aligned. Andrea talked about the transport is causing a lot of negative effects, and the transport system is suboptimal. That we have to align with sustainable urban mobility plans from the strategic point of view with other strategic documents. He told that logistics is a business-driven sector, so that's why we need to somehow start from the bottom-up approach. Really nice structured way of dealing with city logistics. Baptiste on the other side mentioned that we have to think about including the logistics facilities into the environment. This is not just a one-way road. We have to make a traffic plan, public spaces available for that, modeling activities. Without modeling activities, we don't know what will change in the future. So I see in many places, in many cities, that they are starting to build measures just based on the current situation. But this is actually a wrong approach. You have to see that how the city will evolve in the next few years. So that's why the urban planning is really, really crucial for city logistics. I saw a lot of activities or urban sprawl, which actually took out the place which would be necessary for the logistics activities. Also the Paris was one of them. I heard about that, and this is really, really important to put logistics aspects into this right perspective. So the next two opening statements, the following will be by Marisa. So Marisa, if you are there, we will give you the word.
Yes, I am. I'll just need someone to switch the slides for me. Sorry.
I will do it. If it will work. Okay.
Okay, so
Just
thank
let me
you
know when
for-
I should change the slides.
Okay, well, first of all, just let me thank you again for having me today, and sorry again for not being there. In any case, today I would like to talk about something which is still very critical, which is unlocking urban logistics through interoperability, data sovereignty, and shared infrastructure. Because if you look at how our cities function today, you'll notice a paradox. Urban logistics has never been more essential, more digital, more data rich, and yet the system behaves as if it were starved of information. So we can move to the first slide. So across Europe, we keep seeing the same 5 symptoms, which are outdated methods, lack of interoperability, isolated information, technological dependence, and overly complex processes. 5 symptoms that all point to a single underlying condition, which is information isolation. So cities are trying to manage a hyper-dynamic, hyper-fragmented logistics ecosystems with tools that are designed for a world that no longer exists. Operators have data, platforms have data, cities have data, but none of this flows. And when information doesn't flow, neither does the innovation. So this is not a technological problem, it's a structural one. So we can move to the second slide. So what you see here is not just a diagram of lockers and data sets. It's a proof of concept that the urban logistics of the future, let's say, is not just a dream, it's already happening somewhere. So in Barcelona, Copenhagen, and Thessaloniki, these are three cities that have aligned their local network to a shared data space. And three cities that have shown that when you break the silos, something remarkable might happen. So a locker stops being a proprietary asset and it becomes an interoperable capability. A dataset stops being a private island and becomes a sovereign resource. A city stops being a passive observer and becomes an active orchestrator. And the magic is not the technology. I want to remark this point. It's the method. Because when data stays under control of those who produce it, when access is governed transparently, and when assets are shared instead of duplicated, then the system becomes scalable. Innovation stops being dying in this pilot purgatory, let's say, and start becoming real policy. So this shift. This is the shift that we really need in urban logistics. So from isolated tools to shared infrastructure, from proprietary solutions to open standards, and from one-off pilots to governance-driven transformation. So urban logistics doesn't need much more technology, it needs more interoperability. That's my key message. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marisa. Everything was quite clear, I would say. We will need to discuss also afterwards how to achieve that, because it's very, very difficult to convince cities to merge the data and to start collaborating, because the collaboration is a crucial point we need to address in the city logistics, but it's really one of the most difficult, because we are living in a world where the competition is actually the system which runs the whole economy. So that's why it's very, very difficult. But of course, the city authorities, they have power maybe to make certain changes, but it is not an easy task. So that's why, Marisa, we will discuss also afterwards how to do it. Because as I see that you have mentioned three cities which did this kind of step forward, and I would really like to know what they did in that respect. So thank you very much. The next one is Andrea Calori. So looking forward to your opening statement.
I'm Andrea Calori, I'm the president of ESTA. ESTA is a non-profit and totally independent research, training and consultancy team. We are based in Milan. Formally we are an association. We are transforming now in a kind of social enterprise. I'm not an expert in logistics. There are people in ESTA working on on automotive, not exactly logistics, but for us, we are partnering in a project called Garden in the same GLA group. So it's a kind of sister project compared to Color, because Color is mainly on planning, and our project is mainly on testing on-field solution on food logistics. This is why we say that we are working on the last mile of food. The sustainability of the food system is the key topic for ESTA, apart from climate change and automotive. And for us, it's a way to evaluate. We are a technical partner of Garden. Garden has six pilots in which the last mile of food is implemented in different ways. So from a producer to consumers, general market to local markets, shops and restaurants, food recovery and redistribution. And you see the number, the kind of the number of the people involved, the kind of activities. Different solutions were tested with the electric van, one with biogas, and with mixed solution with cargo bike and electric vans. And what is interesting is that a lot of all the pilot has a lot of problems, because the reality is more than the project. And so in the project was written a kind of organization solution to buy electric vans and so on. then facing with the reality, the problem was how to build a shared governance among 50 farmers or 40 owners of markets and so on, and how to create for them the advantage, economic advantage, and a lot of things. Just to give a flavor of the project, every pilot was analyzed from the starting point, the first ideas and the first ideas of the solution until the end of the project. We are closing the project now, and we analyzed the social impact, the economic values, the CO2 impact, CO2 emissions, and other kind of environmental aspect. The innovation is how to create a common solution with small scale actors. The food sector, even especially the last mile of food is made by a lot of small shops, restaurant, subcontractor, people owning small vans. And every day in our cities, we need fresh meat, eggs, and vegetables, and so on. So a lot of traffic is made by food. And so the problem is not only from the technological point of view to buy an electric van, for example, but to create the condition for them to work, this kind of small actors. And so we worked a lot on the organization of how to have less social barriers, which are mainly cultural barriers. In every market we worked, we had to work, was a problem. Not only to choose the right technology, you can have a catalog and buy an electric van from any kind of brand. The problem, how to build and how to create the right governance for them, and how to convince them that there was also from economic point of view an advantage for this. Just to close, these were the main barriers and the key conditions that we tested, and I involved the character coordination body, because in each situation we had to face all the partners, not only we as ESTA, we had to face the problem about how to coordinate people without having a previous coordination, because a group of farmers, group of consumers, the municipality, and the market retailers. So no existing tables, not existing working groups. And in a situation in which there is a huge resistance to adopt a new system, no money, because small retailers, they don't have the idea of logistics, how to create logistics without people not having any kind of idea of logistics. So this is more or less the environment in which we worked during the project. So happy to share some ideas.
Thank you. Well presented. So the food is really important, and the last mile, what concerns the deliveries and the final last mile, we are enjoying it afterwards. It's also important. So what you mentioned, it's really crucial. So they are resisting. They are not really in favor of collaboration. But the major problem I see with this kind of smaller operators, they don't perceive logistic cost as a real cost. So this is just something they need to do, and that's the problem. Because if they would perceive that, they would see options how they can do it on the other way around, and they just stick to core business, and core business is farming, would be much different. Of course, in order to go a step forward, we will need to make a lot of things. One of them is standardization of the packaging, sharing the information, find a way how they could easily share certain information. So a lot of questions is concerning that. Okay, so thank you very much for this opening statement. I think it was really interesting. Now we will continue with 2 rounds of questions for each of you. So I'm really looking forward to that. The first round question is like the following. Andrea, you are first. My question to you would be, from your experiences, you have a lot of experiences with sustainable urban logistics planning and city logistics projects. Which innovation-driven urban logistics solution are currently most relevant for cities? And which of them are already mature enough for wider implementation? So the question is, so we have a lot of innovations, and one of the ones, so some of them are really mature, some of them are not mature enough. So that's why I'm asking you, so which innovations you see, they can be directly implemented in the cities, and which of some of them will still need to wait some time because they are not mature enough, and what we can do in order to include them.
Usually easy question, but
Yes.
okay. I will try to share the experience, and that's for your question. So in terms of innovation-driven solution, my speech will mostly focus on three key solutions that for me have the greatest potential to be implemented in a short time. So if we talk about robotaxi or whatever, for me, this is not something that have a concrete impact outcome in the next 6 months to reduce emission from logistics. But actually what I'm going to present is innovation that can really change the logistics flow, logistics traffic in a short time. The first is acting on policy and regulation. So I think cities have now the possibility to retain a rule of orchestrator and also of regulator of logistic processes. How? First, to adopt resilient and smart regulatory frameworks. How? For instance, first establishing access control, permits to access to the city center, for instance, and this go hand in hand with the access control system. So I think in most of, for instance, I can bring the experience of Italian because we have been working with many cities in Italy. There are a lot of access control systems that have been currently implemented. So we need to then match access control system with the regulatory framework in order to implement smart approaches. For instance, in governing static and dynamic criteria, in terms of the most sustainably behaving operators that could have some eco points or some discount in the permits in the short term. And then in the medium term, we can add more kind of carrot and stick so that we can also start to increase the price for these permits for those who are not compliant with some of the sustainable criteria. And then the dynamic, for instance, through smart access control system and gates, you can maybe award those operators that are able to condense the logistics operation and that stay within low emission zone for a shorter period of time. Second is zero emission solution. I'm not a super fan of cargo bike, to be honest, but I mean, small delivery vehicles and cargo bike can also be implemented because now cargo bikes have been implemented since I think 10 years, more or less, or maybe at least from the COVID onwards. And so there is potential, even though for me that can cover one part of the logistics demand. We cannot assume that cargo bike will solve all the urban deliveries across the functional urban areas of city. But then is cargo bike, e-minivan, and mini transshipment point. Here, realistically, there is a complexity behind that for the transshipment of goods from cargo to e-van to cargo bikes and the responsibilities, so that needs to be solved. But again, this can also be a practical solution that could be implemented. And so this could be the second, and also merged with the smart loading and unloading areas. In Livorno, we are starting now to work on that. But then the idea might be to have, dynamic sensor that could detect the presence and the duration of stay of vehicles within the loading and unloading areas. And again, with an award criteria, you could make an award to those operators that are able to park on the loading and unloading slot and then to stay there for their time. Third solution that might be, I think there's a great potential, but that cities have not yet being implemented in full, is the demand aggregation schemes that also was touched from the previous speaker. So cities can be facilitator to establish agreements between shopkeepers and the HoReCa sector to consolidate, to pool the deliveries. I think here cities can really act as an enabler to facilitate this common discussion and try to see if we can find shared business model for those operators who could deliver the water, the fresh food, whatever, not just to the single, shop or the single restaurant, but to a pool of operators. Because in the end, I think what cities need to do is to reduce the number of vehicles per kilometer traveled. That's crucial to reduce emission. There is no way. And here we can do that, avoiding unnecessity, increasing the load factor of the cargo, and also through these innovative approaches, combining regulatory and I would say related digital solutions, the zero emission solution including cargo bike and mini hub, and then the engagement part with demand aggregation scheme.
Okay, thank you very much. Really comprehensive answer on the different difficult question. Just one sub question. You mentioned all those different possible approaches. I'm just wondering how far we are in order to implement that or standardize that on the European level, because I see a lot of particular solutions which need to be combined in order to have the great effect. So I'm seeing a lot of pilot projects testing one solution, other solution, third solution. I'm just wondering, are we far from that we will be able to have this final orchestrator, or we are just, so how far we are based on the rule of thumb, 2, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years away?
That's a good question.
Short answer.
Yeah, short answer. I'll do my best. I mean that for me, the starting point is what you said is not maybe at the European level. At least try to foster that at the national level. So I think that each country can try to foster a shared data space, as also mentioned before, and some standardization. So operators that need to share their data, at least with the city, because in the end we are discussing about city logistics. Then I think that the subsequent step could be at the European level. In the mobility of passengers, the national contact point, and national access point is trying to make a step forward to that. For logistics, maybe we are a step beyond, because still we need to have shared data within the city environment, but I think the pathway is more or less clear. We need to share data at the city level. Also in such cooperation project, we are trying to share experiences and so forth and so on. But in the end, the ultimate goal, if you want to have a single window or whatever, we need to share at the European level.
And the physical internet at the end of the road, right? Okay. Thank you very much. Baptiste, how can urban development projects better integrate logistics function into neighborhood planning? And what lessons have you learned from innovative district scale solutions such as integrated mobility and logistics hubs, underground logistics facilities, or multi-purpose logistics centers?
Yeah, at the district level, it's true that it's a bit different because we are one of the ones deciding on the policy that apply at the metropolis or city level. So where we have two strategic axes. The first one is infrastructure, and the second one would be to be able to make the link between the operators, or at least what's the services that are existing or are going to exist in the district, and what I call the users, that would be the inhabitants, but also the businesses and companies that are in the district, so that they know that there are services available in the district that they can let's say, work differently when ordering online, or when asking where for parcels. We are now trying also to work with a shopping center. We're coming back to what you said, Andreas, is that each shop has its own contract with the different companies. So that's something we are also trying to work on. However, when there is a contract between two private companies, even though you are the local authority public, it's difficult to interfere in this kind of contract, but we are doing our best also to work at the local level with the companies. We talked about a lot about inhabitants, but what companies, they are the main ones consuming actually in terms of volume and quantity. So at the district level, focusing if you are big center of demand, such as shopping center or restaurants in your district, I think it's good to be able to coordinate for them, because they're not going to do that. They have contracts with the companies, and maybe at the district level that can be also to coordinate, see what the operators that are delivering in the area, and seeing all the consumers, so the big ones, and see what you can maybe put in common eventually. And maybe at the city level, it's even more complex, but at the district level, it can be a first path, let's say, a first source. Even replication in those districts.
Yeah, that's very important because they don't see the better solution. They just see the solution for themselves.
Yeah, because
So-
the trying to negotiate the price.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's not real.
It's very difficult because we are interrupting this kind of long-lasting collaboration. So he's driving for me, he's delivering for me. So why should we do it together? It's a crucial thing. So I fully agree with you about that. Thank you very much. Marisa, you are the next one. The first question for you is the following. So many cities are nowadays testing digital platforms, as you also presented before, sensorized loading, unloading parking, smart curb management systems, parcel lockers, data-driven logistics services. My question would be the following. What are the main barriers that prevent these innovations from becoming permanent services or policies? So we see a lot of solutions, a lot of testing. So what would be your advice? What is needed in order to have that a real life situation and long-lasting approach?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. If we look at the, I would say, last decade of urban logistics experimentation, we see that many cities are piloting innovations, technologies, and so on, and yet only a very small fraction of these innovations become permanent services or long-term policies. And why is that? I would say that it's because most urban logistics projects die in what I previously called the pilot purgatory, that uncomfortable space between enthusiastic innovators and the pragmatic majority that needs evidence, reliability, and business value before adopting anything new. So I would say that there are three structural barriers behind this. The first is that most pilots are supported by public funding and are not designed with a realistic business model in mind. They work as long as the grant pays for them, but they lack a clear value proposition for the operators, for the cities, and for citizens once the funding ends. And without a pragmatic business case, no innovation survives the transition from prototype or from pilot to service. The second barrier is that, well, many solutions are proprietary and not interoperable. So cities testing sensorized curbs, lockers, routing engines, and so on, but each one speaks a different protocol, uses its own data model, and cannot integrate automatically with the rest of the ecosystem. So this creates a technological dependence, somehow excludes the SMEs and the startups, and it prevents scale. So innovation remains isolated both technically and institutionally. The third barrier is that, pilots often address a single use case, but not the underlying governance model. So without shared rules, shared data, and shared responsibility, even the best technology cannot become a citywide service. You need a robust evidence, interoperable infrastructure, and a governance method that allows multiple actors to collaborate. Otherwise, the pilot remains a one-off experiment. But I mean, as I shown before, some cities, some actors are trying to cross this purgatory. So cities and operators adopting open standards, building coalitions instead of isolated projects, and developing shared assets rather than duplicated infrastructures are the ones moving from pilots to permanent services. And when governance also follows principle of transparency, shared decision making, and proportional contributions, then innovation becomes sustainable because it's collectively owned. So yeah, I would say methods and governance before innovation, defining the clear business case.
Okay, thank you very much. I also see this kind of situation that often the business model is missing. If we would start from the real needs of the companies, the real needs of the city, and start to build on the business model to see the final goal, then a lot of these kind of situations and solutions would be much more mature. But I also see many European projects there that something tool is being built or some solution is being tested, but it is based on the different platforms and different standards. And then at the end of the day, we have difficulties to connect all this knowledge together. Of course, that's why the continuation of the European project is needed, because we have this kind of experiences, bring this experience to the next project, and then maybe we will in near future develop a solution which can be then transferred by throughout the European cities. Thank you very much for this contribution. Okay, Andrea, my question would be, the MED cities are, I would say, a bit specific maybe. So my question would be that MED cities are facing specific urban logistics challenges that require different approaches than, let's say, larger Northern European cities, particularly from the perspective of the local economies, food, which is, I would say, your expertise, on-demand delivery services and stakeholder involvement. So are Mediterranean cities having specific challenges which are different from the Central European cities, which would need to be tackled a bit in a different way? Just a general question based on your observation.
In my opinion, there are similarities because some big dynamics are similar all over Europe, but in the Mediterranean area, for sure, there is more and more fragmentation of the actors, and so of the logistics. About food logistics, for example, there is a general transformation. You know that for 30 years, the narrative for a supermarket was it's important to be big. You have to be big and possibly outside the cities, because if you are bigger, you can concentrate the logistics. But then in the last 10 years, the process with the big brand like Carrefour, Auchan was to close, especially in France, but not only in France, to close big hypermarkets and to create a small market in the center of the city with the same brand. So it was a change of logistic with a digital platform and a combination with different kind of capability to manage organization. So this is for supermarkets. And then for the whole panorama of the actors, there is a fragmentation is typical of the Mediterranean area, and the kind of subcontracting system between the different actors of the logistics system is really the common situation, especially in the Mediterranean area. So the problem is that I think also related to the previous speaker, the problem to create the demand of logistics, because we don't have, there are big actors, okay, but a lot of food actors are not, are stakeholders, but not actors. They have interest, but they are not actors of any kind of public decision or public demand, but also the demand of consultancy, the demand of technology, because they have a van or they have a small fleet of van, they are subcontractor of big actors, and so they don't have the power, the culture, the financial system, the financial capability, and the knowledge to organize differently. So I think it's typically Mediterranean. So I think it's important when we're speaking about the role of facilitation or orchestration. You, Andrea, this thing. I think that there is a huge space between planning, the public space, big consultancy, and so on. Huge space between them and the real demand of logistics, which is not an official demand. So one problem is how to facilitate the creation of new actors of logistics. One case study that I can say from a lesson learned from the case study of Heraklion was that for 1 year, there was a discussion among 50 market owners in the general market of Heraklion to convince them that they can earn more money by sharing something. But they did, okay, I have my van, I sell my produce, sell my tomato. I work side by side to another person to sell tomato. So we are in competition. Why? So the idea to create the demand and to create Then after 1 year of discussion, in only 1 month after they decided to buy an electric van, to create the logistics, to create a connection with the farmers and restaurants, after 1 month, they self-organized an assembly outside the project to decide to buy other 2 electric vans after only 1 month, because they saw 98% less CO2 emission, but it was not their problem because the problem is money. They understood that 80% less kilometers and almost 85% less cost for them, and much more time to sell, produce, and to buy new tomatoes and so on, than not driving a car. So just to say that there is a huge, big demand, which is not official, it is an implicit demand. So the idea is that if there is a possibility to facilitate the orchestration of the activity, to create new actors, cooperative actors, collective actors, it's a way for them to say, okay, there are new businesses. There is no demand before. So I think it's typically Mediterranean, which is quite different, also similar in all over Europe, but quite specific in the Mediterranean area, in the English-speaking countries around different organizations. So I think there is a lot to do in the organization part, not in the technological part of the logistics.
It's a great results, what you're mentioning now, so 80% savings and this kind of things.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really something which is needed in order to convince others to do the same. It's a rolling ball.
And not only the climate reduction,
Yeah.
unfortunately, because we ask,
Yeah.
but to combine the climate reduction, the economic
Yeah.
advantage.
If they don't see savings, real savings in money, it's kind of difficult.
Okay.
So the CO2 emissions, and this is actually a consequence of a good work and a good business model. So you found the business model, how to convince these operators to collaborate among each other. We saw from the theoretical point of view, this is quite clear, but in practical terms, it's very difficult to do it, because normally there is the perception that there is no critical mass to collaborate. But of course, you have to help in that respect. So if you would help them to see this critical mass, then we could make some changes. We also did some other project, similar endeavors, and there were a lot of interest, but they see, okay, I don't have enough food to build a big warehouse, a cooling system. So not for myself, but the region could do it. Maybe the region could just facilitate, maybe to build an infrastructure, to see what is needed, and then to foster this kind of approach. This is really great. So I'm happy to hear that some best examples are also there. Okay, the second round of questions, maybe we'll prolong a little bit, but we also are quite late because of the meditation at the very beginning, which was quite nice. Andrea, what should be the role of the city in urban logistics innovation? So should be a regulator, facilitator, coordinator, investor, data provider, or partner, or none of them? So which role is the most critical in scaling innovation solutions and ensuring long-term?
Yeah. Thanks. I mean, I touched a bit on that a little bit before. Neither of these words for me could be fine, but orchestrator for me might be good. Actually, I think there is a good synergy with the passenger and freight transportation and the role of cities. I mean, maybe with passenger, because all of us experience passenger transport. So it's easy to see how cities can facilitate and orchestrate a package of solution by active mobility, bus, tram, where possible, share modes, on demand, and so forth and so on. And similarly, you can take the same approach to the logistics. So cities can work to try to orchestrate the action needed to both advance on the digital and the green transition. So how can do that? The first is the policy foundation. But I think that this is quite clear also from the European perspective. I mean, there is this net zero goal, and I think now member states should pay some fines by 2030, 2035 or whatever, if they do not respect and meet their climate targets in which they have their bilateral agreements from the Commission and member states. And at the local level, city could start thinking into such a process to say, okay, I want to reduce by 20% the numbers of freight vehicles circulating in the city center. And this could be a concrete target, needs to be timed. So by in the next 5 years, needs to be correctly communicated with operators so that operators can start making their business priorities and they can start making their own investment. So that could be, for me, the key point to define this short, medium, and long-term goal and engage operators into such transition. The second is the regulatory, because this is a power that cities can have. And so try to work on shaping the regulatory to test innovation, to facilitate the piloting of innovation, and at the same time to see sometimes where to apply more the carrot approach and where to apply more the stick approach. So where, you know, at the end, operators, I totally agree, needs to see an economic advantage or disadvantage. So cities somehow can also try to orchestrate some initiative that could have such an impact and engagement of the operator. And the last is the pilot. I see that maybe there is this issue, and is correct, about the business model, the transition between the pilot to the long-term and durable solution. But still the cities can facilitate, can make some public-private partnership, can maybe test and can co-finance some pilot experimentation, especially when it comes to sensorization of loading and unloading bays, or the implementation of van or bike sharing schemes. And then I think it's crucial to identify the business model, but I don't think that cities have the competence and the rule to find the business model. The operator themselves need to find the business model and need just to be convinced to make their own investment and to just fine tune their business model for that. So I think here it's not so easy to because I think it's a complex issue, but here is how I frame this rule of orchestrator. And I think, then I stop, sorry if I was wrong, but just to say that this engagement part, if cities if cities do not facilitate such an approach, it's hard that the operators proactively say, can we meet tomorrow for a workshop on discussing how to pull our deliveries? That will never happen probably, but just they can trick the process, as mentioned, just maybe one workshop and then, or one EVAN sharing scheme, and then after 2 months they purchase their own. So, and also in this kind of forum, if cities can facilitate the forum, the organization of some forum for logistics, then operators might by themselves try to identify the process to make this a durable process.
I really like the approach of the orchestrator and facilitator and regulator. My only question would be if they are capable of doing that. Do they have appropriate competences? Based on my experiences, they are mainly 95% of the time dealing with operational challenges. We have the problem there, we have problem there, and they are just trying to solve urgent needed solutions, so problems. And they don't have enough time to strategic thinking, to build themselves, to gain some additional knowledge in order to orchestrate something so difficult and so complex as a city logistics process. So my only question would be, if based on your experiences, city do have this kind of competences, or they would need to collaborate with some external partners to help them doing that, because they are, I'm afraid, all the time just running to solve certain operational problems.
Yeah, that's straight to the point. I think that first there is not one fits all answer, because I think that some cities might have some competencies, other cities might don't, especially considering the scale of the cities. I mean, Saloniki or other cities have plenty of departments, a department for mobility, for safety, for active modes, whatever. The more we go to the smaller cities, the more there are multitasking departments that are overburdened with tasks. So that is also one part of the problem. In terms of competencies, I think here is where international cooperation project can make a step forward. So I think also in MED colors, somehow our cities have been not trained, because trained is too much, but at least have increased their competencies in understanding at least the diagnostic of the logistic processes that is implemented. Where the competence might be missing, how can we solve that? Or with a kind of training, or train the trainer, or can we, through the sharing of experiences, and actually maybe cities can share their experiences in how they can learn from the others and how to, manage all these issues. So the answer, I don't have an answer about whether or not cities are ready to do that and have the competencies and capabilities, but at least they can, try and can also take advantage of European projects and the competence that might be outside in universities, in consultancy, in research institutions that can support them in implementing new solutions.
Yeah, I just raised this question because this is one of the really important points which need to be raised more often. Not just expect that city will do some magic solutions, but we need to also work on that. Interreg projects are actually mainly doing that in order to include policymakers into this process. So thank you very much. Baptiste, how can city create stronger cooperation between municipalities, logistics operators, developers, retailers, other stakeholders when planning logistics infrastructure services, especially innovative hubs and shared logistics facilities? You mentioned already today several times that this is really important to engage them. So who will need to engage, on what way we need to engage, what is the best possible approach from your point of view?
Well, I think having a dedicated company is maybe the first way of answering to this question, how we are working, or at least in Confluence, but we have the kind of properties that they are existing in other parts of the metropolis of Lyon. So we are not the only one. That's maybe a typical French way of proceeding, to have sometimes when you have a really specific urban projects, they are just creating an ad hoc company just for this project, and then 20 years afterward, it's the end of the activity and so the end of the company. So that's a way of doing it. And well, by doing this, you are creating a for-profit company, so still acting like a company of the private sector, but with directly linked with local policymakers. So that's then you are creating an entity, capable of making a quick link between the public and the private sector. So that could be the first recommendation. And then I think with a bit of energy, it's kind of feasible to have all these partners around the table, in the sense that it's kind of a win-win situation for everyone. As I said, for the delivery operators, for instance, it's quite easy actually to just talk to them and have the feedback, because they've seen an interest of talking to the authorities, because they know they might push for additional infrastructure, for instance, or policies that is quite in line with the green transition, let's say, but also realistically the needs of logistics operators. So having maybe just, you don't need maybe lots of departments working on this, but maybe just one person in charge of orchestrating the ecosystem. It's also a way of doing this. So an entity would be my main piece of advice. If the company is willing to do this, it can be an agency also. For instance, sometimes agencies are taking care of this in other countries. Otherwise, one person dedicated to, let's say, lead kind of a network, an official network that can create between these private stakeholders. A cluster doesn't exist. Creating one new actually for now, creating a kind of consortium of the logistics. That's what we are doing now.
Yeah. Based on our experiences, it was always a trade quality partnership as an initiator of discussion among different stakeholders. And it was always nice that this is managed by somebody who is independent, who is not a one company, or maybe also municipality on the other side, because the company say you have your own ideas. So it should be an independent, just to start the discussion, and then
kind of neutral here.
And neutral, and then this is the way. Thank you very much. Marisa, once again back to you. My question would be. One question would be, what kind of data do cities really need in order to manage urban logistics better? We all understand that companies are not willing to share the data. So that's why my question would be, what is the minimum amount of data, minimum type of data which would be needed in order to make the city logistics more fluent and based on the principles you presented before?
Well, to be honest, I think that when we talk about improving urban logistics, the question is not how much data do we need, but rather how do we use the data that we already have. I mean, because in most cities, data exists. It just lives in different silos, transport departments, economic activities, logistics operators, retailers, even consumers. So the challenge is not scarcity, is fragmentation. A couple of years ago, I heard a sentence from a guy from the mobility department of Barcelona, who said that data is like alcohol. The more you drink, the more you think you need. So cities could ask for hundreds of indicators, but at the end of the day, I would say that three families of data are really essential. First, of course, is infrastructure data. So cities need to understand their linear infrastructure, so roads, rail, waterways, whatever, and their constraints, so accessibility, congestions, time-dependent restrictions, and they also need granular information on punctual infrastructure or space, I would say. So space for cross-docking, for consolidation, for micro hubs, or just for operational stops, so loading and unloading bays. And these, the point here is that these are not static assets. The same curb can serve different functions at different time of the day. So without this dynamic view, the cities will struggle in facing the higher and higher demand for space, which is I believe the most important resource that the city have. So the second group of data is, of course, the supply side data. These include the availability and the characteristics of vehicles, payloads, requirements, and so on. And standardizing how logistics service providers describe their capacity is crucial. It enables the collaboration and aligns the principle of the physical internet, where logistics resources become modular and interoperable. The third group of data, the third family of data, is the demand side data. And I would say that these are often the most sensitive ones. However, with the sufficient level of aggregation and by going beyond the silos approach, cities can really understand, for example, B2C demand patterns based on neighborhood demographic, or infer on B2B demand from the type of and sites of local businesses. So you don't need personal data. You need the structured and anonymized information. So the real issue here, I believe, is that data collection, at least on how we conceive it in an old-fashioned way, is expensive, slow, and inefficient. So cities ask operators for spreadsheets in different formats with different level of granularity, and by the time the dataset is complete, if it ever is, it is already outdated. So consumer behavior evolves faster than an annual survey, So this is why I really highlighted this shift, the importance of the shift to the data spaces, Instead of extracting and centralizing data, you create connectors between proprietary datasets and shared sovereign data space. Data owners keep the control, so they decide who can access what, when, and for which purposes the data can be accessed and used. And there is no need to download, clean, and reformat the data every time. So this also solves the paradox of this data abundance, So we have plenty of data, but it is isolated and therefore not impactful. In a data space, this data set become a form of urban infrastructure, like water or electricity. So they are clean, standardized, and interoperable on purpose, enabling also the operators to collaborate and to recognize the value, of sharing data. So data must be treated as shared information as a public-private utility. In the previous session, I heard someone saying that data has a cost. It's true. And it has a critical role in policy making, implementation, monitoring, and also recalibration. So it has to be recognized as an utility.
Thank you very much for all these views from your side. So data spaces will be the solution, but in many cases in cities, data are not really on appropriate level, I would say, to be directly fed into data spaces, according to my experience. But also many years ago, I was speaking with one of the experts in the city logistics, and she told me that at the very moment we don't have data, but in future we will have too many data. And the question would be how to handle this data. So maybe AI will help us. Marisa, we are running out of time, so we will not go much more deeper in the discussion, but it would be nice to meet you in person in the near future and maybe to go much more in the depths. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last question would be, how can innovation support the transition towards zero emissions and more sustainable urban freight beyond supply, replacing conventional vehicles and electric ones? So only replacing the vehicles maybe is not the solution. So my question would be, what role can such solution as a digital incentive for green infrastructure, local logistics ecosystems, founded projects like MedColors plays in this whole process?
I'm trying to be synthetic because we are late and because a lot of things let's be said. So I think one thing, beyond technology, I think that we are sharing the idea that we have to improve the institutional capability to do something, to do orchestration. So how to create connection between actors, how to provide data. It's not only about data, but what are the right data for the right people. I work with data, with databases, but maybe a lot of operators or a lot of economic actors need different knowledge, not my data. So how to create the useful data for the kind of actor you have in each place, which is different to create database. I'm passionate about the database, but it's not. So the institutional capability of facilitation, orchestration, connecting people and creating collective knowledge, and then probably I'm thinking about also the next European project, for example. It's important to create the context, not to provide the technologies, but to create the context. And the context can be typically planning activities, like every one of us are working on a special zone or regulation and so on. But also new services from the cities. We were speaking about lockers, for example, a small platform. It's a way really to think about really different urban planning. There is a tradition in urban planning, which is a strong and long tradition about residential part of the city, infrastructure, industries, hospitals, and so on. But maybe this kind of new logistics has to need new way of thinking with the urban planners. So I'm just to be synthetic, I'm mentioning something about and then the internal organization of institutions. So institutional innovation, we need different competencies. Knowing that for 30 years there was a huge process to give less power to local authority, which is I think we are aware about this. So I think that just to be synthetic, not only the hardware of logistics, but also the software in the hands of institutions, because we all are always saying similar things. So there are many ingredients. So maybe we have to do some collective thinking about what do we need for institution, and maybe also to give some inputs for the European Commission to support this kind of not only pilot projects, which are okay, absolutely, but to fill the holes, to fill the gaps.
Okay, great. I think we run out of time, right? Okay, so in that case, I suggest that if you have any questions for our guests and speakers, please use the floor outside. No, it's a coffee break, right?
Yeah.
It's a coffee break, so we will take advantage of that. So thank you very much for your participation and.
I think we can start. So we are now for the last panels of this panel conference. The panel is named Urban Transition Scenarios Towards Zero Emission Freight. In general, we already talk a lot about urban logistics today, from the implementation of SALPs in cities and innovative trends in terms of innovations, innovative solutions to be applied to cities, how to make them, the urban logistics, more efficient, sustainable. So this session is more like from the point of view of the researchers, of people working in research institutes that work closely to local authorities, and how they see these solutions, how these solutions can develop in the future to make our cities more sustainable and decarbonize also the freight transport within that. So I will not be long with the presentation, since like you already saw the speakers throughout the day. We have Professor Tomislav Ledny from the University of Maribor, and Paris Zalakis, and we have Teresa de la Cruz from Science of the Logistics Center, and Lorenzo Cello from ITL, Institute of Transport and Logistics, based in Bologna. And all of the speakers are experts in sustainable transport, urban logistics, have worked in many European context projects. So let's say from what we want to get from these panels is also like from your experience, what has been done in the past, what is the current stage of the innovation that is applied in urban logistics, how do you see this to evolve in the future? So just a brief introduction about what has been done in this sense for the MED Colors project. So within the project, pilots have been implemented, but also like research part on the innovation trends has been done. So within the consortium and also from external inputs of other stakeholders, we try to map out, let's say, all the innovation solutions that can decarbonize, that we expect that in the future can decarbonize our cities, which are more relevant, which are maybe still on the early stage of development, not so disruptive in terms of their application. And this work has been done within the project. The contents of this work is included in one specific deliverable, but also in the training materials that have been developed within the projects. So I will start now with the questions. Let's say the first questions is to all the speakers. So I will start from the first to Lorenzo. What are the main challenges that, in your opinion, your local system, which can be your city, but the region, in the wider region, like you operate, face in terms of urban logistics, and how these challenges, maybe one or two, the main one that you can imagine, how this can hinder the green transition within the cities?
Yeah, there are many challenges, I have to say, but if you would allow me to maybe expose one of them, I see that in general terms, on the national level, we don't have a body responsible for logistics at the ministry, for example. So we have the ministry, and we have department for road, rail, waterway, air, and so on. So we don't have somebody who's responsible for logistics, and this is the same situation on the city level. So we have people which are responsible for traffic, but they are not really so much related to logistics. So if you don't have a body which is responsible for logistics, then normally this topic is somehow lagging behind, and that's why I think it is very difficult to develop a good logistics strategy. For example, in Slovenia, we don't have logistics strategy. We have the Ministry of Infrastructure. So, this part is missing from my point of view, and this is on an entire vertical level like that. The other topic is that it was already mentioned today that logistics is a commercial activity, and because it is commercial activity, it is supposed that commercial entities should take over for the entire logistics issues and problems. So that's why I see that cities are normally just doing the regulation, so limiting vehicles to enter the city center, and then the companies, they need to somehow find an appropriate way to do it. And from that point of view, we have quite a lot of challenges which are put towards into the hands of the logistics operators. And the last of many, I would say, is the lack of collaboration. And because after several years of working on different European projects, and cities are really trying their best to solve the urban logistics problems and issues, we still are facing the low utilization rates and negative effects and this kind of thing. So I would say one of the main challenges is how to overcome that problem of lack of collaboration. It was already said today quite a lot about that, but these are three of the main challenges I would like to put on the table.
Collaboration, you mean like a vertical collaboration or like more horizontal?
Horizontal collaboration among logistics companies. The vertical collaboration is a normal. So we are having, this is our company, we are a subcontractor, this subcontractor has subcontractors, so everything is clear who is doing what. But on horizontal collaboration, because we have a lot of empty runs in city logistics, we know that the load factor is something like 0.3, and we are quite aware that also this 30% of utilization rate is not all the parcels for the city center, so it's rather low. So that's why collaboration among logistics operators inside of the city is one of the biggest challenge we have, but also on the other side, the opportunity.
I see. Thank you for this answer. Actually, I think maybe you already introduced like one of the questions I will make later about who works, like the main stakeholders. So you mentioned like also the ministry level, and how all these actors operate. Let's say interact with each other. So, Orestes, maybe you actually maybe already answered from the point of view of Thessaloniki, but let's try to have a broader look and maybe understanding maybe in all the area of Thessaloniki, the northern Greece, and if you
make it, it's a bit broader. Actually, I totally agree with what Tom said, so I will just elaborate some more, say a few more things, especially about the collaboration part, because indeed one of the main challenges, because we're talking about solutions that go beyond the limits of the city, we're talking about supply chains, is exactly this. We have the information, we have the technology, but we need to see how this collaboration will make it worthwhile. Because in order for this to work for operators, you need to have this viable business model that I said before, in order for them to have the motivation to do it, because all these, not all, but most innovation or the important that make a difference require to change the way they make their business, which is also a threat, of course, besides an opportunity. So, for example, when you start sharing your capacity with your competitors, or sharing your capacity, not with competitors, but for competing companies, serving competing companies. This creates many issues. So if you don't have the operators on board with a very clear business plan, business model, and also a very strong regulatory framework, many issues will emerge. It could be liabilities. Who owns the cargo? You're giving your cargo to my truck. If something happens, who is responsible? These issues need also, so one of the main challenges is how to make this collaboration work on the field, And this, of course, is something that indeed goes beyond the limits of just one city. It's broader, it's in the region or in national level, or even in European to make it even more easy.
Cross-border.
Yeah, cross-border, exactly.
All the regions, different countries.
Exactly. So I think that this is a major challenge. And of course, there's another more technical one. I think Marisa also mentioned it about the data. Find the data, having reliable data, enough data, and also have the right data for the right activities and the right people to know what to do with the data. It's an ecosystem data just by themselves. So there are efforts with data spaces, the European data space, so on, but I think we have still a lot of road in front of us to reach where we should, to go where we should go. I think these are the main from my side.
Thank you, Orestes. Teresa, from your point of view, especially from the point of the green transition, like how this challenge maybe can hinder the.
Well, the first main challenge, and I will repeat myself with what the rest of the colleagues have been mentioning within the session today, is fragmentation. But it's a challenge, but it's also characteristics of the system. This is one of the change, and it doesn't actually need to change, right? There are many different actors, there are many different operators. It is true that the big logistics operators are the ones that dominate markets in terms of economic value, let's say, but there are many smaller players, many SMEs that sometimes they are subcontracted to the big players, but they are also specialized in some sectors. For instance, for Horeca or for co-logistics, this type of activities where SMEs typically in Spain or in Spain, Zaragoza, also they have also the part of the road, let's say. This each of these actors is trying to optimize their operations, but as there is no collaboration, as there is pressure, the overall system is not. This is one of the main issues and one of the main problems also linked to the connection. The second challenge, I would say, that is this evolution in the demand due to the growth of the e-commerce. Typically in logistics, some, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, logistics was ruled by economy of scale, right? But now this has changed, and it's the new model is based on immediacy, and this is much more emissions intensive than the previous model based on economy of scale. And finally, I would mention that there is a lack of suitable space, much like competition between housing, space for micro-conservation centers, integrated logistics centers, real estate, mobility in general. So it is true that due to the different crises that have hit our country, our region within the last decades, there are empty spaces available, both municipal spaces, but also private spaces. But many times those area of spaces are not suitable for logistics activity due to such restrictions, regulatory issues, and so on. So this competition between activities.
Yes, especially e-commerce, it's a key topic in the development, especially in Mediterranean cities, especially when space in a city is limited and the demand is growing because people is more affordable, and not all the cities, especially from small to medium or bigger cities, are have the infrastructure to deal with this increase in demand. And if like municipalities, but region as a whole, don't adopt determine like specific solutions to manage these trends, can be what are problems in terms of sustainability in the long term for the emission of the city, because it sounds to the private transport, public transport, it's something it's hard to control. And Lorenzo, from your point of view, if you have something more.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. Yes, everything has been said essentially. It's clear that the pressure of e-commerce is mostly affecting urban centers and densely populated cities. But one thing I think to be kept in mind is that let's say the urban logistics, understood as the one relating to the last mile, let's say, cannot be treated in isolation from the broader, let's say, logistic flows and freight flows. And in that sense, looking at regional levels, for example, or broader geographical levels, it's important to understand how, for example, the peripheral hubs or what's the structure of the network, and possibly to go back to the point of having more of a systemic approach, a collaborative approach, finding opportunities to make these different actors sit around the table and collaborate their information and possible common solutions. In the case, in Emilia-Romagna, we've got this cluster that is called ERIC, which is the Emilia-Romagna Intermodal Cluster. And that's, for example, a good platform, which as ITL, we animate and we let's say, manage in a way. That's already a good opportunity to have, this, let's say, permanent platforms and fora where you can try and coordinate and find collaborative solution also among actors that are not unnecessary, maybe they're in competition. So I think going back to urban logistics, the idea of freight quality partnerships and having this has been, let's say, talked already many also different names, fora or urban logistics, whatever. These are really key to set up and try to keep them lively and alive to find common solutions. Let's say.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I think Eric is already kind of a solution, let's say, to the problem of collaboration in the case of the Emilia-Romagna region. The first stage, a platform where different stakeholders can collaborate.
Yeah, that was just an example of
yes. So moving on, to the second question, which is more about how do you see the future. So we talked about the problems that we have, not the problem, the challenges we have today, but looking at and considering the future urban transition scenarios. So how our cities are changing, the new innovation that can improve sustainability in Mediterranean cities. What do you see as the key trend in development driving shift towards zero-emission freight? These are more broad answers, so not specifically to your context, but also if you want to give a more in-depth answer. I will give this question to Tommy, Orestes, and Teresa. Something from Tommy. I can set it from Teresa first.
Yeah, that's
To change the.
Yeah, change the order. Let's do it.
Change the order.
Well, for the future, I will just mention as a trend this concept of the physical internet and the spaces that is also related to the physical internet. At the end, everything is related to the physical internet. But as Andrea was mentioning before, we envision this for the next 10 years, let's say, no? So in order to focus with a more short term envisioning of the trends that are dominating the urban logistics, I will mention a trend that we are already seeing, I think all of us in our cities, which is the electrification of the fleet. Like vehicles, cargo bikes, and so on. This is one of the most straightforward solutions. However, it implies that especially for the SMEs, it's a high initial investment cost that sometimes it's difficult for them to afford. Right. A second trend that I would mention is that the logistics system network design is changing from a centralized model, say, to a decentralized model with micro hubs and cities, and also these different vehicles that we are using for delivery. And as a cross-cutting trend is digitalization. Digitalization should never be an end. It should be an enabler of other solutions. But through digitalization, it is possible to optimize, to move from this optimization of the individual actors, to say, to this system level. So it's one of the trends that can support this general movement towards the green transition. Let's say a low coordination and these governance models that we were discussing before, that we don't have very much clear what this is actually about, but legalization is something that is part of it.
Right.
Yeah, I also have to add, starting from the digitalization that Teresa just said, I would say that the trend is exactly through digitalization is that we're moving towards linking also to the previous answer to the data-driven solutions and connected solutions. So we go beyond isolated, custom-made things, and we go to things that will communicate, probably cross-sectorial also, not only within logistics, that which is very important. And also this brings me to the next trend when I say the cross-sectorial, that I also see that now one of the trends for which I'm actually very happy, this was also very obvious in the MED color cities that did the pilot, that most of the cities realize that they need to integrate in their overall planning the logistics aspect, the urban logistics aspect, and whatever this brings with it, and not just dealing with it as a separate transport thing in one office in the municipality, which is, I'm very happy for this. And this is why I say also that since also SALPs and SAMs are directly connected, this is why I was thinking about these cross-sectorial solutions that maybe exchange data with other things inside the municipality and other sectors, other areas. And to be honest with you, actually, when I started working on SALPs, my idea was exactly because we all know the value of SAMs, and of course, it's always the star in the room because people's mobility in the cities is a very hot topic. It always will be. This will never change. So my first view was that, okay, maybe we should have it separately so they don't take the focus away from the logistics. So it would be good to have totally different SALPs, develop with different funds, different people, different working groups, and so that the SALP doesn't steal from it. But that was, I think that this was not a very good approach. We need to see that as in a whole when we're talking about the city. And this, of course, the data-driven collaborative solutions, digital solutions work toward this way. I think these are the main two trends that I see for the next years, and I think that they will affect very much how logistics evolve in the cities.
Yeah, the future is, the long-term future is quite clear. The physical internet is already presented, but in between we will have a transition period. And this transition period, we will witness a lot of trials and options how to make it towards the final goal. A lot of elements are already in place, so that's why one of the most important elements are the physical internet nodes. And these kind of nodes will need to be positioned. We will need to start to understand how this freight can autonomously be transited from one vehicle to the other vehicle. So it will be like a really interesting period where, like it was in the internet at the very beginning. If you are willing, you will have a web page. If you're not willing, you will not have a web page. So we will see the front runners, which will start this kind of initiatives on certain pilot areas, and we will have some others which will be like, the lagging, and so they will not trust the system. And so I see the huge development of this kind of solutions in the future. So in order to have at the end of the day, like logistics as a service, especially in cities, we will have logistics as a service. So we will not bother anymore who will do the transport, who will do the warehousing. It will be just one common system. What I also see is the legislation. Legislation is currently lagging behind the technology development, so it is normally hindering the fast development which could be achieved. So I see that in that respect we will need to do much more than in previous years. And also one last element is I see that already now that in the previous years, majority of cities they implemented just soft measures which are not really investment heavy, because this is easy. In the first documents in SAMS and also in SALVs, a lot of measures were proposed, but then realization was missing. So that's why I see that now we are more mature, we understand the whole system, and we see that we will need to really invest if we would like to have a good result. So I see that we are going from these soft measures to the actions actually. And the last point I would like to raise is that based on data which will be gathered, we discussed today already a lot about that, we will have this kind of evidence-based policy making, because in previous years we've done certain pilot activity and then we just try to understand what is the result. Yeah. Nowadays this is not good enough anymore, because if you will implement certain measures which will demand more investment, you will need to have the modeling tools, prediction about the future, and this kind of thing. So I see much more heavy use of digital tools and let's call it AI system for predicting the results of certain measures. So I see a huge development in that respect in the future.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, about the physical internet, which is kind of a blur concept that's in the last years, I would say is moving, especially in European projects. Do you think it's something that's will come up like in the next 5-10 years? It's already up in some cases, but will you give a brief description of what's imagined and how it can develop?
So discussing about that, the ALICE. ALICE is the European Platform of Logistics, and the ALICE is actually the cornerstone of doing everything in that respect. A lot of projects have been studied about that. And and according to their plan, 2040 should be operational. Yeah. So it doesn't mean that everybody is using it. So as you would start the internet today, so we'll not have all the users tomorrow. So it's actually the concept pretty similar to the internet. So you have, at the very moment, we have the logistics system where you have a company who would like to transfer some freight from A to B, and he's calling one company, second company. So you have a dedicated logistics operator who is doing that for you. But this is far from optimal from the system optimum point of view. So if you will have different modular options of containers which should be standardized, and then based on that you can merge and do it whatever you needed, that would be really much more. So it will be optimal solution at the end of the day. But you have to be aware that we are having something similar in the German-speaking area. So it's Verkehrsverbund. Yeah. So this is actually on the public transport. You already have something like physical internet where there is an entity taking over for the entire organization of the public transport entities. So it really works. So everybody who is joining this entity is having just benefits. Yeah. So we already see that in the public transport is already working. It's not just so IT suggested, but from the business perspective point of view, it is working. So we can learn from that aspect. So I'm really a believer into this system. Of course, we have some hindrances and some steps before that, but I'm pretty sure that this will be something really, really useful, especially for the driver. Can you imagine that the driver is away from the home 14 days? He will just drive from one node to the other node and back. He will be every day at home by the family, so the quality will be much better.
For personal stories.
Yeah, and especially because we are lacking drivers in the European Union. So the utilization rate is rather low, especially in the shorter distances where the majority of freight is transported. The majority of freight is not transported on 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers. It's actually on the 50 to up to 100 kilometers. So the utilization rate is lower with the shorter distances. So we have quite a lot of challenges we need to be fulfilled. And the city logistics is the most critical part.
Last mile.
Yeah.
The first mile, last mile.
Yes.
Can you jump on that because it's we're talking about scenarios, we don't know what's going to happen, but this concept of physical internet, I mean, it's basically, it presumes that you are able, and I'm asking also to the panelists because I'm curious about this topic. I mean, it presumes that by sharing assets, operators can somehow optimize the way they operate. But I think also, does automation play an important role in also in that? And do you think that urban logistics is the most difficult challenge to, let's say, put in practice this paradigm? Because the idea of physical internet is quite clear, actually. It's a paradigm, but it's not clear actually how you arrive at. And it seems to me that urban logistics, it requires a lot of standardization and quite a lot of modularity. There are some projects like Shift to Zero, and there are some projects which are trying to test solutions, modular solutions that can then be, used by different operators. So yeah, my point is, if it's more difficult to apply this concept for urban logistics, and what role automation can have or it has in implementing this.
Automation plays a key role on the concept of the physical internet. Indeed, this linked to the physical internet concept is this reinvent the container with a new type of container, which is smart, intelligent, and this contains sensors from almost everything, so it can give information of everything that happens with the cargo, where it is, temperature, humidity, if it has been open, if not, whatever. And also behind the physical internet idea is that in every node in the network, which is an open logistics network, it's not closed as it is now, it can be handled automatically without by this few, robots and automatic instruments and so on. So the trick of this, the cargo is seamless. It's also really simple area is embedded on the concept of the physical internet.
Thank you.
I just wanted to answer the automation part. My colleagues can do that on, or maybe another.
No, I'm derailing the conversation. That is probably
It's open.
we can talk about it later. Yes.
So we now talked about wider trend, but going back to the local context. So city, regions, what do you already see like some innovative solution that have been applied in your local context? And especially from the point of view of authorities working on that, or also collaboration between different actors there are new solutions to your local context. I mean, what's that from Florence?
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, I don't have much to say about this one because many things have been said. An interesting thing is that the Emilia-Romagna conducted this report in 2024, and it was a good starting point to understand the pilot actions at the level of urban logistics that have been developed in different cities. And also many people from municipalities have been interviewed in terms of what they think are, let's say, the innovations or directions into which logistics should go in the future. So I think there's what emerged in a couple of points is that there is a great awareness of the importance of proximity logistics spaces. So the fact that the pressure is on this area. So there might be quite a few peripheral logistics spaces, but cities are lacking areas and spaces in the center. And some examples of piloting exist in Emilia-Romagna, but to go back also to the expression that Marisa was mentioning of this purgatory of the pilots, I think there's also an awareness, a clear awareness now from cities and municipalities that you cannot, it doesn't make sense to pilot an action without, per se, without having it embedded into a larger strategic plan or vision. And so that's why I think working on these documents or these SALPs and in general strategy and plans and midterm or long term is really important for cities. And I think they understand now, not now, but obviously now it's clear the value of doing that in terms of doing something that has some legs.
The pilot is just the first step. It's not like it has to end there, but it's starting to move up to the region, at the regional level.
Especially involving we still see we conducted a study for the city of Zaragoza in the framework of the Disco project, one of the Disco solutions, in order to understand for the lobby in the city what is the actual level of service. Yes. With real data. And with this.
Yeah, they suggest so.
Otherwise, I can read it. There was mentioned in this study about the level of services of the level of service of the different loading and unloading zones in the city of Zaragoza with the data. And indeed, in parallel, the city council is going to the knowledge of this information. They are going to increase the loading and unloading zones in the city from 7,000 to 22,000 areas, and they are going to digitalize the sensors. So partially part of this new base. So they are extending very much the number of areas in the city and also digitalizing. Also, from regulation point of view, the low emission zones are not an innovation as such, but they are a catalyst for innovation. In Spain, there is much debate, and I know that this is there is much debate around these areas in all Europe, but in Spain there is debate. However, it is mandatory by law. The central government, cities with more than 50,000 inhabitants, they need to implement one low emission zone. And in Zaragoza, we already have one of these in the civic center. However, it's going to be expanded by different steps until 2023. And then also something which I think is relevant regarding the soft or light logistic solutions that Tommy was mentioning before. Maybe it's a good way of starting. That's why in the past we were not considered. Now we are more mature in terms of investing in infrastructure. But I think that it is good that the cities regulation are able to accommodate innovations. So this is something that I think that cities doing a good job. And yeah, they are going to have done some changes in order to be able to accommodate those innovations and those cutting edge technologies and innovations for the future.
I saw Tommy nodding.
You want to say?
Yeah, you want to add something?
Okay. Okay. My example of innovative solution for the city of Thessaloniki actually also comes from the DISCO project. It's something similar. The innovation in our case was, in the case of the city of Thessaloniki, was actually bundling together some of the things that we already discussed. And that is how to balance this struggle for getting the public space between the different land uses, residential, logistics, and so on, in a way that gives incentives to the public, to the private operators. What I mean by that, the city tried to study how the city could make the private operators who are competing between them to collaborate, which is one of the things that we need. So this was the condition for them to collaborate in order to release some public space for them, either for micro consolidation centers or for joint lockers, in public spaces, which has multiple benefits for all. and for the city, because it's a lot more regulated where the stops of the trucks will be to unload their parcels and so on. So it combined the incentives, the better use and allocation of the public space with, as I said, the incentives for collaboration among private stakeholders. Actually, it went quite well. The conclusions were very good. Also, the operators that participate in this testing, this experiment, call it as you like, they were interested in moving further. So I think that, again, even if it's not like reinventing the wheel, it's doing things that are already there. But the way that the city decided to test how it can use these as incentives, I think this could be considered as an innovative solution in the context. Again, the context of an Horizon project, which usually leaves the room for such testing. I think this is the main innovative solution to that.
So, yeah,
I think it's quite interesting. Now we give the floor.
Okay, my solution is pretty similar to what you presented just before. The case of Maribor was it was really interesting because logistics operators were not really in favor of collaboration, so they started to build their parcel lockers, each their own. At the end of the day, you saw like parcel locker for one provider, the second provider, the third provider, so it's something like 5 parcel lockers on one location, so it was really not appropriate. So that's why the city decided to introduce the white parcel lockers, the system. They actually managed that logistics operators are now using the same parcel lockers based on the system that, the city is just providing the land, the public land, and then the private operator is providing the parcel locker, and they have the contract with all the logistics operators, and everything is working quite clear. So it was low investment for the city, so actually almost no investment. They just need to dedicate certain time to identify which spot would be most visible, most reasonable. So this is not a huge science fiction. So it's just appropriately spread around the city, equally spread around the city. They found that, and it really works. So we see that this kind of new technology and new approaches can be an enabler of collaboration. Collaboration was not possible before. If you would talk with them, what kind of solution you would need, you would get, totally different solutions. Who will take over? And now everything actually works. So it's a good practice example how the new technology and new approach, which is mature enough, could really bring collaboration in city logistics. So just
so that's a very interesting how like the willingness of public authorities sometimes can really, without not much investment, just putting people together and without some.
Yeah. I wanted to follow up on that.
Yeah.
To ask Tommy, because Tommy, how in Bologna also with the Ukraine project, there's been an attempt to set up and pilot agnostic network of lockers, which is, there are different models on how lockers can work around cities and how they can be set up. So your case seemed very interesting in Maribor. Do you see any differences from what happened in Bologna in terms of, if you know well enough the case of Bologna, I'm asking?
I've been in Bologna, so I saw the locker and I saw the system that you have a last mile delivery operator which is using this locker and then do this last mile delivery. In Maribor, we don't have that. Our classical lockers, so the delivery service just put it there and you get it on your mobile phone, you can pick it up. So from that point of view, it's much easier because you don't have additional operator who is taking additional effort, because you always have this additional cost for last mile delivery. In that case, the users are doing this by their own the last mile delivery. So from that point of view, it's much easier. It's also cheaper, and it's working without any additional efforts. Also, these lockers are quite interesting because they are so they have the battery inside, which is lasting something like 2.5 years without any problems. So it's self-standing. You can put it wherever you want, because the first locker still need to have the electricity. It is very difficult. So it's a Slovenian provider which is now providing this kind of lockers all around Europe, and it's really working quite fine. The major challenge was how to find the solution, how to find the locations. Yeah, that was really crucial because the city
the city has a different architects, and now we should be here, how it should look like, and now it is standardized, and then everything is clear in the future. We have at the very moment something like 35 lockers, but I would say around the city center, not inside of the city center, not inside of the pedestrian zone. Why? Because then the delivery services will need to go inside of the city center. So the city center is not so huge that, so it is around that, and it seems to be really working. Everybody is satisfied, and we have a solution which is.
If you go to Maribor, like many people commute from outside to the city center, so even if the lockers are outside the city center, it's easy for them to reach, maybe even easier, I would say. So I will close this panel with the last question to our project coordinator, Lorenzo. So we talk about solution, challenges, a very need of collaboration, which is sometimes lacking. And it was the common word of all this intervention was collaboration. Lack of collaboration, find solution for collaboration. And the question I wanted to make to our project coordinator is, according to you, how you funded project like MED Colors, but also like others, what is the contribution of this project to make collaboration happening? How the solutions that they are developing, how valuable it is for you? Since you're working in project for many years, so you have maybe have seen like others, but
yeah. Well, I think the answer was already given, for example, by the presentation that Orestes gave regarding the guidelines for resilient urban planning. I mean, there's a list of projects, some of them which many partners already participated, and maybe Horizon projects also, I mean, from Sprout to Urbane, Disco, and so on, which somehow are the legacy of what we've been doing, and we build on that. So first of all, without those projects, we wouldn't have this experience and this knowledge. And I think also in general, what's the value of a project like MED Colors is also to have, with the engagement of the cities, to start, we said already this, so I'm just repeating that, to have them to start thinking systematically about urban logistics, to have gain a knowledge and an understanding of what how urban logistics works, and to start planning measures that can be implemented. I think through MED Colors we'll also be able to do somehow some capacity building, some transfer of knowledge, some training activities. The legacy of MED Colors hopefully will be to actually transfer further the knowledge and tools and the things that are needed and support cities in planning urban logistics. So that's our hope for.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. Since we ran out of time, we'll close this panel like this and leave the floor for the conclusion of the final conference. I'll just ask you a bit of applause to the.
So it's me again. We've done with the meeting today, so there's no much else to be said. I just want to really thank you all for participating. It's been, I think, a quite dense day of discussions. It's not common to have, I think, all these people working on the same topic in a room, and at the same time, let's say the receivers, the cities that could also listen and maybe also interact with the, let's say, experts or people working in the field. So for us, that was a great opportunity. I want to just thank particularly all the partners of MED Colors who today were really very much involved in the sessions, and also for all the work done throughout the project. And thank you also to all the participants from municipalities and other projects, JS and so on, for joining us. And stay tuned, because we hope we can continue our work in MED Colors in the future. So thank you everyone. Again.